On behalf of GCCIA and EPRI, we would like to welcome you back on our second day of the Energy Storage Forum. During our first day, the event focused on providing introduction and general information to attendees who are new to the energy storage. Also, we went through challenges, approaches to build a better grid in the future. And we were introduced to the major drivers in the power system. Our second day of the event will be focusing more on the state of energy storage market. And now I would like to introduce my colleague Ben Khan, who's the technical MC for our event.
Thank you, Serena. Thank you all for being here again on day 2 of the Energy Storage Forum. Yesterday I thought went really well. There was a lot of great engagement. We appreciate all the questions that were provided in the polling app as well as live. It's great to see so much engagement around the topic of energy storage. It's clear there's a lot of enthusiasm here for what can happen next. Just a little bit of context about the broader forum here. This is really just a kickoff to a larger activity to develop an energy storage roadmap for the region. And so I just want to emphasize that whatever questions we can get to throughout the sessions today and tomorrow, we will cover in the event, but we'll also have a record of those questions so that we can pull them together into a white paper that will come out soon after the event to communicate the findings of this forum beyond just the group of people that are in the room, and to allow us to kick off and dig into these questions into more detail in the coming weeks and months. So please do keep participating in this forum beyond just the... Oh, interesting. So please do use the polling app whenever you can so that we have that record and we can continue to move forward. We really appreciate your help. Today is a really interesting set of speakers from EPRI and from the United States, Europe, Asia, as well as the Gulf region. So we're going to see a really diverse set of expertise and presentations today, and you'll have an opportunity to interact with a lot of great speakers. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome the first session moderator onto the stage. Dr. Aidan Toohey from EPRI is the program manager of our bulk integration of renewables and distributed energy resources, and he will be introducing the keynote session. Aidan?
Okay, thank you, Ben, and good morning all. So yeah, our keynote speaker today is Elliot Mainzer, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the California ISO. I think everyone is aware CAISO's leading the world, leading the US and globally around integrating renewables and battery storage. And so Elliot's going to talk to us today about the efforts going on there. So Elliot, I'll turn it over to you. I think everyone is aware CAISO's leading the world, leading the US and globally around integrating renewables and battery storage. Elliot's going to talk to us today about the efforts going on there. Elliot, I'll turn it over to you.
Try one more time. Get it together. Okay. Excellent. Well, good morning to all of you. It's my distinct honor and pleasure to join you. I'm actually, of course, here in the United States on the West Coast. It's about pushing 10 o'clock at night, so this is a unique situation for me. Of course, I would much prefer to be with you all in Dubai for this event and to learn more about what's happening there as well. But I appreciate the opportunity to share some of my personal experience and experience of the California ISO with respect to the big growth of green energy, the push towards decarbonization of our grid, and the role of energy storage, which has already proved itself to be, quite frankly, revolutionary, I think, within California. I've had the pleasure of working at the California ISO for about the last 18 months. Prior to joining the ISO, I was the CEO and administrator of the Bonneville Power Administration, which is the large United States federal government entity which operates the hydroelectric dams and transmission system up in the Pacific Northwest and the Columbia River. I actually grew up in California, and a couple of years ago, my old friend, someone I'm sure some of you may have had the pleasure of meeting, Steve Burbrick, who was the previous CEO at the ISO, announced his retirement, and having worked closely with him on regional energy issues, decided to take the plunge and move back down to California to take this extremely interesting job. And it's been a very, very challenging time. As we'll discuss a little bit further, California, like many other places now in the world, has taken on very, very ambitious energy policy goals, essentially to have a net carbon zero energy economy by 2045, with all of its energy supplies, electricity supplies, coming from carbon-free resources by that year. So it's a big challenge for the state. As I think many of you know, just a couple years ago, back in August of 2020, we ran into some very challenging operational issues, some rotating outages for a relatively brief period of time, but it really raised the awareness of how important it is to try to stay ahead of the curve in terms of anticipating the types of changes in our electricity sector, the move away from traditional fossil plants towards much greater reliance on wind, solar, and now energy storage. And it's shown so far that energy storage has been and will continue to play a huge role in the future of California. So if we could go to the next slide, I wanted just to give you just a little bit of additional background on the California ISO. Hopefully, some of you have had a chance to be acquainted with our organization, but for those of you who are not, we were actually established back in 1998 as a federally regulated public benefit corporation for the state of California. We are one of 9 major independent system operators and regional transmission organizations that are in North America. Think of some of the other entities like MISO, SPP, ERCOT, PJM. The California ISO is a single state ISO set up originally just for the state of California. We're based near the capital city of Sacramento and Folsom. We serve 30 million people and about 80% of the state of California and a small part of one of our adjacent states of Nevada. The peak historical record demand in California ISO was actually achieved a number of years ago, back in 2006. It was 50,270 megawatts. We actually operate 25,685 circuit miles of high voltage transmission, and we operate an energy market that's a very deep and liquid energy market in which we accommodate about 27,000 market transactions per day for a notional transactional value of between $10 and $13 billion per year. So it's a large energy market here. It spans a big part of the state of California. And as I'll mention in our next slide, we also transact a lot of energy across the region. The ISO has about 650 employees, and like I'm sure many of you, we're all grappling with the pandemic and trying to figure out what our role is going to look like in terms of our workforce going forward. If you could change to the next slide, please. The core functions for the CAISO, very much like GCC, within our balancing authority, we maintain overall reliability on the grid within California. So that short-term supply-demand balance is our fundamental reliability responsibility. We also manage the flow of energy across the transmission system and manage congestion and transmission constraints and make sure that we can actually operate a security-constrained economic dispatch of the market. So that transmission operational function is is also a key part. And with that comes the shared responsibility for overseeing the transmission planning process. And I'm sure many of you are very acutely aware of how important transmission planning and construction and energization is to the future of energy, of renewable energy expansion and reliability. And at the ISO, we've begun taking a much more active and aggressive long-term transmission planning process so that we can work with the other regulatory agencies in California, the developers, the utilities, to have a sort of master plan for what our transmission system needs to look like over the next 20 years to meet these ambitious clean energy goals. And also to really understand where the best places to optimize the system with battery storage will exist. So that's a big push for us. And then, of course, operating the wholesale electricity market. I also just mentioned out of interest that in addition to operating the core energy market within the state of California, we also operate a real-time balancing market, what we refer to as our energy imbalance market, across many of the other states in the western United States. That's a market that we started with one utility back in 2014, Pacificor, and today that market actually now covers almost 80% of the load in the western United States and has produced about $2 billion of economic value since it was created back in 2014. And finally, we've also taken on over the last several years another additional function that spans the broader western United States, not just California, and that is serving as the reliability coordinator, the overall entity that sort of watches the big flows of electricity across the grid in the west and looks at aggregate reliability of the system. That's our RC function, or reliability coordinator. So we're a state-created entity within California that covers about 80% of the state, but we also have functions and market activities that cover a much, much broader geography, which I know is another principle that you're really exploring very actively in the Gulf, that leveraging of diversity and taking advantage of regional variations in load and resource performance. So those are major drivers for us. Moving on to the next slide. You know, the pace of storage deployment in California has really been quite staggering. And actually, for those of you who are interested, we just produced a short film that's available on our website at www.kiso.com under our Energy Matters blog that actually tells the story. And it really, what's interesting is back in 2010, we had some very far-sighted policymakers who could see that energy storage had a future, but it needed some jump start. It needed sort of a mandate to get going. And it started growing very, very, very slowly. Cut to today, California now has more bulk battery storage on its grid certainly than any place in the United States. And I think at this point than any place in the world. We're today at 2,800 megawatts, and as I will show you in a couple of slides, it's grown tremendously. And the development was driven certainly by the early mandates, but back in 2018, California passed some cases record high temperatures that lasted for several days. And we got into that period right after sunset when loads are still very high, but the solar energy fleet was ramping down quite quickly. And that was what's referred to as our net peak period. And for about an hour on August 14th, and for about an hour and 15 minutes on August 15th, we simply couldn't find enough energy to keep the lights on after sunset. And we recognized that if we had had a greater amount of battery storage available to us from that 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. period, that net peak period, it would have made a big difference. Fortunately, we were on the advent of a very, very fast growth curve. And you can see that just between 2020 and 2021, we went, well, actually at the end of 2019, we went from about 250 megawatts in 2019 and to over 2,500 megawatts by the end of 2021. We had a rapid growth curve. So last summer, 2021, we had a similar series of events, not exactly the same, but there was actually a huge fire up in the Pacific Northwest and north of California. And that fire knocked out 3 of the major AC transmission lines feeding into California, and it cut the capacity of a major DC line that also feeds into California. Within a matter of hours, California lost 5,500 megawatts of imports into the state, about a tenth of its power supply, right at the same time that we were going into that net peak period of high demand and declining solar energy production. But last summer, we had online another 1,000 megawatts of batteries, which were able to store up extra solar energy during the day and re-inject it back into the grid from 6 to 10 p.m. And combined with some other capacity that became available during the previous year and some enhanced operational coordination with the utilities outside of California, we were able to ride through that event without any disturbances. And as we go into this summer, we're going to have an even greater amount of storage. As a matter of fact, we're expecting by the time we get to June of this year, we should have somewhere between 4,500 and 5,000 megawatts of battery storage on the California grid, and it is going to be critical to helping us ride through what could be another extremely hot and dry summer here in the western United States. If you go to the next slide, you can see that this growth curve is going to continue in future years to help accommodate our carbon emission reductions and as the principal source of clean capacity on the system for this next year. I think I think there's probably some variability around these numbers, but I think we can say with absolute certainty during the next 10 years that you will see somewhere between 15 and 20,000 megawatts of battery storage put on the California grid. And for this particular period of time right now, while we still have the benefit of a relatively large natural gas fleet that can also supplement energy and capacity production, the batteries paired with solar and wind are a pretty good combination for the type of challenges that California has on its grid at the moment. But over time, as we try to further decarbonize and reduce our dependence on the natural gas plants and other thermal resources, we're going to need more and more combination of longer duration storage, not just longer hours, but the potential for even greater seasonal storage, given the fact that the production of our wind and solar energy fleet declines significantly during the winter and early spring period, primarily the winter, relative to the summer and fall. So right now, the batteries, the 4-hour lithium-ion is working quite well, but we are going to need longer duration storage. I'm going to come back to that on my last slide. Something that's, if you go to the next slide, something that's been really quite interesting in California has been watching the different market segments that the solar energy resources have been taking advantage of. When there was only a small amount of storage on the ISO grid, say go back to 2019 or even 2020, what we found was that most of those storage resources were providing ancillary services. They were providing that summer to be the middle of the day when there's peak solar production, a lot of energy being injected into the system, and prices being subsequently depressed, and then subsequently discharging that energy, returning it back to the grid when net loads are highest and prices are also highest. So it's really a middle of the day into the early middle evening price arbitrage opportunity for these resources. Something that's been really interesting is during summer of 2021, last year, when we knew that storage was going to have to play a more critical role in reliability after all of the lessons that we learned in 2020, our system operators did not have a lot of experience, and in some ways not even a lot of confidence in the ability of these storage resources to perform. And so going into that first real summer, we actually established what we refer to as a minimum state of charge requirement. We said to the storage resources, okay, if we run the market in the day ahead time frame, we run the market this morning for tomorrow, and it looks as though loads are going to be really, really high and the system could be constrained, we are going to require you to make sure that your batteries are fully charged to the top going into that net peak period. So that means that we need to make sure that going into the 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock period, you have fully charged your resources so that if we need it, we can call on it. And it turned out, fortunately, last summer, we didn't need to call on the storage resources in an emergency mode that often. But more importantly, we found that the natural economic activity and natural economic incentives, quite naturally and probably quite predictably, had incentivized the resources to charge when prices were relatively low and to be available during the peak period. And so we found out that not only were the resources economically incentivized to perform along the lines of what the grid needed quite acutely, but that when they were called upon, especially that July 9th, 2021, when we had that big fire, those resources were called upon and they performed really well. We were extremely pleased. And also we've been very fortunate that the energy storage community in California, led by many of the developers and the California Energy Storage Alliance, have been very collaborative. They've been willing to roll up their sleeves and work effectively with us at the ISO and at the utilities so that we can work together and learn and sort of co-evolve with each other along this curve. They definitely respect the fact that we have reliability needs, and they know that they need to play a very important and valuable and effective role in reliability. At the same time, batteries are coming onto the grid and they need to be able to extract maximum economic value from their asset. They want to be able to capture what we refer to as both the intrinsic and the extrinsic or option value of their resource. And something that's very interesting when you think about the design of the market for those batteries is that batteries have a natural degradation curve, right? Their efficiency, their ability to charge and discharge over time degrades. And so we've begun to think about how to factor that degradation into the design of the market signals for these resources, and to reflect the fact that when a battery is already is at its full charge, the value of selling energy at that point is really at its maximum, and the value of buying it at that point is relatively low. At the same time, when a battery is poorly charged, the value of selling is very high, and the value of buying is much lower. So you find that there are economic incentives and economic relationships that exist between state of charge and the economic value of buying and selling power at those different times. And so we're still sort of working through the logic and the economics of how to set up the market most effectively to relate pricing to state of charge. And at the same time, we also recognize that our markets have been primarily set up around 4-hour lithium-ion batteries. But over time, as you bring on 8-hour, 12-hour, even seasonal storage resources, we find that there are going to be additional changes in the way that the market has to operate to provide rational price incentives and cost recovery mechanisms for those assets. So it's going to be a very interesting challenge, and our hope is to continue to work with industry to try to make sure that we are setting up our market to really make sure that the pricing is aligned with reliability and generates the necessary economic returns for those asset providers to continue investing in storage in California. Finally, I just wanted to just a couple more thoughts. I mentioned that the storage technology and the makeup is evolving quite actively in California, and it's going to continue to change. Nearly all of the new capacity on our system is lithium-ion technology, and the vast majority is for our duration. We have, as you've seen from some of these pictures, we have a number of really large central station storage projects, including one that's at 400 megawatts, the Moss Landing project. We also have a lot of smaller battery projects paired with solar energy projects and wind energy projects distributed across the grid. So we're going to continue to see both the distributed and the bulk, but I think that more and more, and we're going to start seeing longer duration solutions. The California governor has a proposed budget right now that's moving through our legislature to spend a significant amount of money on longer duration storage. And our Energy Commission, our primary policy making body and planning body in California, is also overseeing a large number of programs to develop smaller projects with many other chemistries and technologies. And I think that the level of innovation and transformation in battery storage and energy storage technology in the next decade is going to be staggering. I know for many of you who've been involved in the utility industry for a long time and have just watched the price curves and the technology curves that have transformed our industry in the last 10 years, I think the pace of innovation is likely to be even faster in the next decade, particularly with the amount of investment that is going into storage in the transportation sector, and so many huge industrial concerns going into energy storage. Of course, I will say this has not been without its challenges, right? I think none of these technologies are silver bullets. None of them is a panacea. They all require effective coordination in a diversified portfolio of different types of resources. We have also run into some challenging supply chain problems and some pricing problems. The geopolitical events that are happening right now are impacting the price of certain materials, transportation costs. There is a price arbitrage, a price decision point for the battery manufacturers between the transportation sector and the utility sector. And so that has increased competition. We've seen some price increases from some of the producers. And so I think, like anything, it's important for California, and I think other parts of the world, to think about a diversified portfolio, even within the storage sector. And that's something that we're looking at. But in general, I will say that I think the state at the ISO, with our planning entities, our utilities, we are quite optimistic about the role of energy storage, and certainly looking forward to working with many of you and continuing to learn together, share experiences together, and try to help this technology really transform the way that we produce and consume electricity in the years ahead. So I will stop there, and I'd love to take some questions if you've got a few. I think we've got a few minutes for some, and I enjoy the interaction, and feel free to touch on anything that's of interest to you. So I'll stop there, and thanks again for the opportunity to join you.
Okay, thank you, Elliot. Appreciate the really good overview there. So I have seen some questions come in on the poll EV, and hopefully we'll have time for questions from the audience. One of them is around the ISO market structure and the mechanisms that are in place there, and how that's supported energy storage deployment, and maybe just to expand a bit on that as well, how the interactions with CPUC and CEC and the planning entities, as well as the utilities and storage developers come into place. Yeah. You might say a few words around kind of what you learned there, what successes you had around storage deployment.
Yeah, and it's a great question. The responsibilities for resource planning and resource adequacy in California are distributed across quite a few different entities. So our California Energy Commission does the longest term sort of energy planning for the state. They take the policy from the legislature, known as Senate Bill 100, SB 100, which mandates the achievement of the greenhouse gas goals. And they ask many of the long-term fundamental questions about what types of resource portfolio and resource types can help meet those goals. At the same time, our Public Utilities Commission, the CPUC, regulates the major utilities inside our balancing authority. They also do the shorter term, medium term integrated resource planning, and they come out with effective procurement targets that they pass over to the utilities, who must then go into the market to procure those resources. Just a few weeks ago, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, they put out an order that further ramped down the amount of greenhouse gas that can be emitted from the utility sector by 2030, and ordered effectively 40,000 megawatts of resources between now and 2032. And so the utilities have the job of doing the procurement. The ISO, of course, has the job of making sure all those resources can get connected to the transmission system, which, as I'm sure many of you know, has been challenging given the large number of resources that want to get on the grid, and then ultimately operating the market and ensuring that the price incentives are bringing the resources on efficiently. And as I mentioned, you know, we're in a very dynamic period of figuring out how to set up those price incentives on both the capacity side and the energy side and bid cost recovery, so that the resources can be economically viable and really support a reliable dispatch. And you know, as I mentioned, thinking about, okay, what do the economics look like for a battery that's at the top of its charge, right? Well, you're fully charged. You've got all the energy loaded up. You don't want to dispense that energy unless it's going to go into it's going to be at your maximum opportunity cost, right? At the same time, you know, when you're down at the bottom of your resource, you have nothing to sell. So it's valuable to you to start buying to get energy back and load up your system again, so you can start, you can start arbitraging again and selling into the peak. So understanding those economic relationships, and then understanding the relationship between capacity pricing and energy pricing, and being able to look at optionality over medium and even longer term durations. Those are the challenges for us in the market design.
All right, thanks, Elia. One of the other things kind of related to market design here, I see one of the other questions around ancillary services. Are you seeing particular types of ancillary services that the that storage is playing into more?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. The first wave of batteries, we're playing into the very sort of short-term, kind of fast up-down regulating reserve that you need to kind of follow the noise across the system during the hour, the reg up, reg down ancillary service. As that market started to get saturated, and we started to see folks move more into the energy price arbitrage. Now we're starting to develop a new suite of capacity products. There's a product that we're developing called Imbalance Reserves. It's a day-ahead product that will be priced on a capacity basis for dealing with load and resource variability in the day-ahead time frame. And we're expecting that the batteries are likely to compete for that business along with the traditional suppliers of those capabilities, which have historically been the big hydro resources in the West. So we expect them to explore opportunities in all the capacity and ancillary service markets that we develop in the years ahead.
Okay, that makes sense. And that kind of touches on the next question I was hoping to ask, was around the long duration storage that you mentioned. Do you see the need, or are you going to see the need to evolve some of your market products or planning processes as you start bringing in some of the longer duration storage?
Absolutely. You know, and it's going to be interesting to see, you know, to what extent those projects are priced on energy versus just pure capacity, right? I mean, it's so difficult to predict or forecast, you know, price arbitrage sort of February on July, right? It's very difficult. And I think that a lot of the longer duration storage is also at this stage for the first wave, it's not cheap, right? It's expensive. And although it can provide tremendous value to the system. So my expectation is that the first wave of the longer duration storage is likely to come in under kind of longer term resource adequacy capacity contracts with the utilities. And then as we get more comfort and more understanding of how it performs, we can fine tune its performance in the market with greater energy price arbitrage. But I think it's going to be primarily covering those big fixed costs through resource adequacy contracts.
Okay. I think we have time for one final question. Not seen any in the audience. So I'll just ask, I mean, people here in the GCC footprint, as they're looking at the experiences in California, what are the 2 or 3 kind of key takeaways you would say from your experience are most important for them to reflect on storage integration?
Yeah, well, I think the first and foremost thing that I'm finding just as a general truth for regions of the world that are undergoing the kind of energy transformation that California is going is the criticality of good, effective, long-term planning and coordination with the regulatory agencies. I think the transmission planning, the resource planning, getting out of a short-term box and really stretching out to 10 to 15, 20 years is absolutely critical. The other thing is that, particularly in areas that are retiring a lot of older generation or having to open up new areas for resource development, just having the transmission and interconnection capacity available and getting ahead of that curve is also really important. It's another big push that we have in California. And then with respect to the storage, I think, different areas have different types of operational challenges. California right now is very unique. You've heard the duck curve kind of problem in California, this net peak. That lends itself to a certain type of portfolio of storage resource. But different areas with different generating characteristics, different natural resource endowments will have different types of storage needs. So you need to be able to do the modeling and the analysis to understand what are the unique characteristics and the unique types of storage that will really work. And then finally, I guess the number 4 is, I think just continuing to work. I think it's fabulous that EPRI is working closely with you. EPRI does such a great job, bringing the utility industry across the world together to share expertise, understand the technologies, look for opportunities to share knowledge, and to continue helping these resources come down the cost curve, because we're going to need this capability and we need to do it affordably.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Elliot. With that, I appreciate you staying up late with us this evening, and thank you for the presentation.
My pleasure. Nice to see you all, and all the best. Stay safe. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Aidan Toohey and Dr. Elliot Meinzer, for a very informative keynote session. We'll move directly into our second session now, which is going to be focused on the global market context for energy storage. And I would like to introduce our session moderator, Cedric Christensen, Managing Director of LARED, who will introduce our panelists. Thank you, Cedric.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about global energy storage markets. My name is Cedric Christensen. To see Elliot talk about the California market is really exciting, because I actually worked for the California Energy Storage Alliance in 2013. And at the time in California, there was only a single project. It was the Tehachapi project, 8 megawatts, and a few pilot projects. And a regulator, an assembly member called Nancy Skinner, decided at the time that she would write an assembly bill that said, if energy storage is viable and cost effective, then the state of California should adopt mandates for the future. And at the time, no one really knew about energy storage. People were wondering, where is energy storage happening? What does it do? And we would go to these California Public Utility Commission meetings, and we would feel some of the same energy that I feel here today. There were developers, there were regulators, there were technology companies, and everyone was coming together to think, how do we build a market for energy storage? What are going to be the use cases? what are going to be the revenue streams, how are we going to contract and finance these systems. And so I'm really excited today to be here with all of you, and I'd like to thank GCCIA and EPRI for organizing this. I've been working with the EPRI Energy Storage Program for 4 years. I'm based in France, so I mostly keep an eye on what's going on in Europe, in the different markets in Europe, so I'll share a little bit about what's going on there and in the US. I'm also really excited to be here with my panelists. So Julian Jensen is going to come up in a few minutes. He's a Growth and Market Development Director for Fluence. He looks at all of the global markets and he tries to determine and prioritize them. So he responds to RFPs, he proposes a technology solution to a specific context. So he'll give us a good idea of the different use cases and what the ingredients are to bring a successful RFP. For example, as you think through your process, you're going to have to determine what are the ingredients and what do we put in our RFPs to bring developers. So he's going to give us that perspective. Bruce Smith is going to join us from EWIC. He's the Executive Director of Forecasting and Planning, and they actually happen to have a storage system, so he'll give us the feedback on that storage system. He'll also talk about his view on what energy storage can provide in the region in terms of services. So excited to have him. Understanding the revenue streams for energy storage is going to be critical. So and Mohammed Sadeki is the engineering advisor for the Kuwait Fund. He'll be joining us and offering his perspective on how a fund like the Kuwait Fund could come in and support the development of energy storage programs. And then finally, we'll have Siraj Alaf and Mohanad Al-Gambi from the Saudi Electricity Company. They have a very exciting R&D initiative that they'll be sharing, where we'll look at some of the technology development initiatives that are homegrown here and see how those might play into the market development. And also they're going to talk about one of the largest energy storage projects in the Middle East that they've been looking at. That would be over a 200 megawatt energy storage project that would be in Saudi Arabia. So if I could go just to the next slide. So, talking with Elliot, he said there's going to be 20 gigawatts of energy storage in the next 10 years. This is a BNEF chart showing that we're right here, and that's the energy storage market. So even though there's been a lot of market development around the world, this is still just the beginning, and there's going to be a lot of action. We saw that in California. Yesterday, Haresh was talking about some of the ingredients for market development. We talked about there's policy, there's technology, there's market reform. So all of these markets are experiencing a trend of change, and I really want to insist on the regulatory aspect. Are there many regulators, energy regulators in the room? Do any of you work for regulatory agencies? I see one. I was talking to a few yesterday as well. The regulation gives the impulse, and so I think it's critical to speak with the regulators and to bring the change to this market. Massive investment in the technology. The CAISO, the California Energy Commission, is investing in new technology for storage. Yesterday we were talking about these pilot projects, an idea of initiating 10 pilot projects in the region, looking at different technologies, different use cases. I think each market will have its own development process, but maybe in the Middle East it will be, we can use the best practices from other markets to build change. If you look at the US, the way it's evolved, essentially, there's a 10 times increase between 2020 and 23 in terms of development, with yearly deployment reaching 12.7 gigawatts in 2026. According to this research from Woodmac. 2022 marks the beginning of these gigantic projects. Southern California Edison is going to install a 535 megawatt project at 3 substations this year. There are 2 other very large projects. Vistra Moss Landing is a 350 megawatt. LADWP has a 400 megawatt. So, I think the main difference with what's happening now is that the scale of projects has been increasing. When you look to Europe, it's following a similar trend with double-digit growth over the next 10 years. The market is set to reach 89 gigawatt hours by 2031. It's mostly driven by markets in the UK, Italy, Germany. Julian is going to say a few words about those markets. Out of the 3 gigawatt hours that will be deployed this year in Europe, 60% of the projects have ancillary services as their primary revenue stream, followed by transmission upgrade deferral. It's become very difficult in Europe to build new transmission lines. So a lot of companies, including RTE, which is the regional transmission system operator in France, are thinking through new projects that include virtual transmission lines, where they place storage systems at both ends of transmission line and use the storage to fulfill that role. One of the interesting things about the European market is that there has been a lot of thought and policy around ownership, and that's a topic that I really like us to discuss today, is the ownership models for energy storage. In California, it was more like, anyone can own and operate energy storage. Let's give it to the utilities, get them to play with it, figure out what they can do for distribution upgrade, transmission upgrade, how they can stack different revenue streams. In Europe, it's been more of a market-based, where, well, we don't want TSOs, we don't want DSOs to own energy storage systems. Let's put it in the market, let's build the market structures for the players to come. And so I think, it's still open. That's still an open question in the Middle East. Should GCCIA be able to own and operate energy storage, or should we build these market structures to fulfill that role? So I think that's a really exciting topic. So I would like to invite Julian to the stage. His view of global markets, he'll be able to situate different markets in his process, and so we're really excited to have you.
Thank you very much, Cedric.
I hope your slide. Is it there? You should just...
there we go.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and also thank you very much for the invite. It's great to see so many people here to drive forward energy storage deployment in the region. Ultimately, knowledge is power, and what we've seen over the last decade of energy storage market development is that we're a really close industry that shares experiences, that shares learnings to enable deployment and acceleration across the world. So hopefully today I will be able to just share some of our learnings and experiences that we've gathered over the last 14 years in this industry with you to help accelerate deployment of storage within the region. So just a quick bit of background on who Fluence is. Our mission is to transform the way you power your world to create a more sustainable energy future. And we do this through industry-leading energy storage technology solutions, services, and digital applications. We're the global leader for energy storage technology supply. We have more than 3 gigawatt of energy storage assets in the ground or contracted today already, and we are already optimizing gigawatts of renewables and storage across several different markets. Now, why can we talk about the development of the storage industry? Actually, Fluence, we've been active in this market since 2008. And that means we have a long track record of learning how to deploy batteries in the field, how to operate them, and also how to make sure you get the optimal performance out of them. And just a few key highlights from deploying the very first commercial energy storage asset in Chile back in 2008, all the way to deploying some of the largest assets across the last decade, and also the fastest responding battery energy storage asset deployed anywhere in the world in less than 150 milliseconds to deviation and frequency on the grid. But enough about us, really want to share some insights. Yesterday, we had some great presentations highlighting the different value streams and applications that storage can provide. So I don't want to talk about it too much, but really what I want us to take away is that battery energy storage is a key enabler to aid the transformation of the energy system. So the way you have to look at it is that it helps you operate and manage your grid more effectively and more efficiently, and more reliable. And as we deploy more renewable resources, energy storage doesn't become an add-on. Energy storage is the enabler. So as you deploy storage, it will allow you over time to deploy more renewable resources and integrate them more effectively into the grid. And why has storage risen in prominence so much? On this slide, what you can see here is on the left-hand side, the average battery cell price over the last decade or so. And then on the right-hand side, you see cumulative global energy storage deployment. So what you see is as prices has come down, deployment has rapidly shot up. And we've seen throughout different markets new applications becoming feasible as prices have gone down, starting with frequency regulation and PJM, as we learned yesterday, all the way through capacity peak to microgrids, renewable integration, so large solar plus storage, and really what we're seeing now is that battery energy storage is becoming the key technology to help integrate more renewables and ensure grid reliability across the world. And that goes from peaker replacements, where we've deployed several large-scale storage plants in California, virtual dams, which is quite a new concept. You're actually deploying battery energy storage alongside hydropower, and it basically acts like a pumped hydro reservoir, just that you have a battery. So you can store and optimize your run-of-the-river hydropower accordingly. And then, of course, renewable time shifting. So moving the solar generation during the day into the evening and nighttime period with long-duration energy storage assets, for which, by the way, lithium-ion remains the most competitive and viable option up to 8-hour duration for sure, but even beyond that, we're already seeing it being really the option that helps you shift renewable energy into night times. One other concept I'd like to share with you, and then I'll go into how different markets are encouraging the deployment of energy storage and what we can learn from that from both a policy and regulatory perspective, is the concept of this virtual transmission line. So in this case, you're looking at storage to avoid or defer the building out of new lines, and the storage asset provides active and reactive power, and in fact acts like an additional transmission line on the grid. And you can put a battery on either side of a constrained line, and basically it provides backup power, charges it at one point when the line is basically fully constrained, and then discharges at a later time when there's capacity on the line again, and at the same time there's a battery on the other end which will do the same to balance it out and meet peak demand. And it's a really interesting concept that is currently being tendered in Germany. It's called the grid boosters, and they're deploying several hundreds of megawatts of storage systems for exactly that application, because they have the problem that they have lots of renewables in the north and lots of demand in the south. And people don't want more transmission lines, and they're also very costly, and they take a long time to deploy and develop. So what they're doing is they're building big batteries either side to help balance that. So that's a really interesting example. There's more examples across the world, UK and Ireland, where now we're seeing fleets of storage assets being built for flexibility. We've delivered the fastest responding battery storage asset in the Irish market. In the US, we've just heard that very interesting example and learnings from California. But really, I think it's important to understand that markets in the region here will need their own way. You need to find the best approach to deploy storage and how it best serves your needs on the network, because every electricity grid is different, and that's why we need to respond accordingly on how we encourage storage uptake. So let's take a quick look at where different industry maturity levels and growth trajectories are. So what I've just done on this graph is sketched out where different markets are on the development curve of deploying energy storage, all the way from looking at the concept to mass deployment and where the different markets are. I would say the Middle East is probably somewhere under first mover's success. There's been some initial projects, pilot projects deployed. We're learning about the technology, and now we need to take the next step. But when we look at those fully structured markets that are now accelerating, like the US, like CAISO, as we just learned, what are some of the key frameworks around us? And I think what is important is to enable what we call a level playing field for storage. So being able to integrate storage into energy market rules, removing all barriers such as double charging or different categorization of storage. So how should it be treated? Is it generation? Is it demand? Is it an individual category on its own? It's looking at clarification, how storage can play as a transmission asset and participate in different energy markets. Paying for performance is actually really important, because if your storage asset can respond much faster, it has a very positive effect on maintaining frequency on the grid. So actually you can pay and reward that very fast response that a battery asset might be able to deliver. And then also making sure we're setting standards to drive a sustainable supply chain and also performance parameters of a system. So that's where we are looking at the most mature, fully structured markets. But when we look at some of the emerging markets, what are they doing to ramp up storage deployment? There's three core things that we identify. And we're first battery storage assets in 19 different countries over the last 14 years. So we have a lot of experience in working with local stakeholders to get this off the ground, to understand the technology, and help you build successful projects. And ultimately what we're seeing is we have successful tenders for storage or solar plus storage. Repeating these and building confidence for investors and developers is very critical. Creating a target can also be great because that helps early adopters in the private sector to find commercial structures. And the other thing you could do is mandate procurement, as we heard what is being done in Kaiser. Cedric, you already introduced it earlier. And then finally, as I said, ensuring adequate standards, not to overcomplicate, and learning from other markets, right? Everyone's kind of going through the same process with storage, and we need to learn from each other and work together and understand what things work in our region and what things do not work in our region. So let's look at a few examples. I don't want to go through it in too much detail, and obviously the slides will be shared with you after as well. But there's a few core examples, and I think in particular, on the top left here, running large-scale solar plus storage tenders or auctions that provide a fixed premium under either a PPA scheme or a specific tariff systems. And we've now seen 4 markets successfully implementing this type of structure, from Israel to Portugal to Chile, and also to Germany now, where they're running a solar plus storage program over the next 7 years, which will be deploying over a gigawatt of storage assets into the market with a fixed premium remuneration. Because from a policy and regulatory and grid operator perspective, it's beneficial that developers are pairing their solar plants with storage systems, so they're willing to pay a slight premium on the usual tariff and subsidy that the solar plant will receive. We also have seen a lot of grant funding helping to kickstart markets. Australia is a great example because there was a lot of funding available from the Australian Renewable Energy Association and agency, and they provided a lot of initial funding to get projects off the ground and gave some security to testers and developers. And now we're seeing projects operate commercially and seeing large-scale, huge deployment in that market. And then also, of course, we've heard about it earlier, the solar plus storage investment tax credit in the US. It's another system. Other things to talk about is creating targets and mandating procurement, right? The US, we've seen many states setting targets, but we've also seen specific procurement targets like in California for preferred resources, so basically lower carbon based resources to provide peaking capacity. There's also very specific markets you can set targets for. So in Taiwan, they are setting a specific energy storage target for the frequency regulation market. So only for that, they're saying we will need, I believe it's around 500 megawatt of battery storage capacity to provide fast responding frequency. And then they've shared that target throughout the utility, so the state-owned utility, and the public sector. So 30% of that 500 megawatt will be supplied or procured via the utility company, and the remaining 70% will be procured from private sector owners and developers. So I think it's a very interesting and different example of how we can develop a frequency regulation market to support the operation and reliability of the grid. Lithuania is a great example on the TSO segment. They've started with an initial pilot. We supplied a 1 megawatt pilot system, and we're now supplying the Lithuanian TSO with 200 megawatt of battery storage assets for individual 50 megawatt projects that enable Lithuania to synchronize with the European grid as they're decoupling from the Russian grid. And then finally, we're talking about adequate standards, best practices. This is really important because when we see markets scale up too quickly, what happens is mistakes are made and there could be challenges with the battery storage asset from a safety perspective and from an operating performance perspective. And we saw that in South Korea, rapidly scaled up, 4 gigawatt hours deployed in a single year, but there was no standards. There was a lot of new people coming into the market with very little experience, and there were some initial safety concerns over those assets. And that was really because system suppliers and installers had no experience on how to dealing with the storage asset, and that led to certainly some challenges in the market. So as we build out an energy storage market, I really would encourage you to think about the safety of the systems, the performance of the system, and making sure that however we encourage uptake of storage through pilots, through tender programs, through targets, what's really important is that we keep that in mind and we ensure safe installation and operation of battery storage systems. The other final piece that I want to just share ahead, on top of performance and safety, is total cost of ownership. Because we often have a lot of focus on the initial CapEx investment in the energy industry. And this is just an illustrative example explaining how the CapEx between two assets may look different over the lifetime total cost of ownership of the same project. Because if we're just looking for a race to the bottom, we will likely get subpar batteries, subpar installations, and over the lifetime of the project, I mean, this is a 20-year infrastructure asset that's providing critical reliability. Over the lifetime of that asset, what will happen is you will have to go in, you will have to augment, you will have to replace batteries, you have to replace containers, and ultimately that overall reduces the profitability and or increase the cost of your project. Well, if you think about how do we look at the total cost of ownership, so it's not just the CapEx, but it's the OpEx, it's thinking about maintenance, warranties, capacity maintenance, contingency, the cycling and degradation profile, the safe operation of that asset within clear software parameters, really enables you to achieve the highest total cost of ownership and have the greatest impact on the market. So to finish, I'd like to leave you with just a few points to recap what we've talked about. Really thinking about that battery-based energy storage deploy. This will accelerate market development, and we can do this through repetition of tenders, targets, pilot projects, and all the way we ensure safety standards and strong operating parameters to ensure performance of these assets. And then finally, as these assets charge and discharge throughout their lifetime, the operating expenses and system performance play a key role in evaluating the total cost of ownership and not just the upfront CapEx. Thank you so much for listening. It was great sharing some of these thoughts with you, and I look forward to working with all of you to make energy storage accelerate in the region.
Thank you, Julian. Right on time. Yeah, please, sit a second. I forgot to mention that you can submit your questions through the PolEV platform, and so it'd be great to gather your input. We'll keep plenty of time for Q&A at the end of the session. I'd like to introduce Bruce Smith, Forecasting and Planning Executive Director at EWIC, which is the Emirates Water and Electricity Company. It's a pleasure to have you, Bruce, and we really look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Cedric.
Here.
Thank you. Good morning. The title of my talk is Valuing Batteries for Operating Reserve, but I'd like to go a little bit further than that. I mean, Cedric said, can you talk a little bit about your experiences to date? Some of you may know that we've had 108 megawatts of batteries, 6 hours of storage, which we procured from 2015. And that reached full operational implementation within the system in 19. Now, that's relevant simply because if you were going to do battery storage, you wouldn't do it the way we've done it. It hasn't provided much value. We procured it to provide an energy arbitrage opportunity, but the price that we paid for those batteries basically meant that it wasn't cost effective. So if you were making a business case for procuring those batteries today, it would never go ahead. Having said that, quite often the experience that you gain that perhaps wasn't a positive experience, you learn most from. So it's undoubtedly fair to say that we've got a lot out of understanding how would we do it differently. These batteries are implemented around our system, and they're operated really by the distribution system on a fixed charge-discharge cycle. So they've been used for energy arbitrage. The point is, back in 2015, our system was almost exclusively gas-fired, and the variation in our operating efficiency of our most efficient fleet compared with peak time during the day, the demand will be perhaps 20% higher than the off-peak period. So even in summer, the relative cost difference, the marginal cost difference between peak time and off-peak time was not particularly great, certainly not enough to justify what at the time were very expensive batteries. But our portfolio is changing, as you all know. We're introducing solar, we're introducing nuclear. So the difference between the most expensive energy that we've got, which will be at night on gas, and our cheapest energy, which will be solar around the margins, is increasing. But it's not yet at the point where it will justify putting storage into our system for arbitrage purposes. So what are we doing with these at the moment? Well, they've been under distribution company control. They're not providing a huge amount of value. In fact, the operating cost is probably greater than the value that we get from load shifting. However, they are providing security of supply. They are contributing 108 megawatts to the peak demand. They are shaving the demand at the time when when the system is most stressed. So they are providing increasing amounts of value, particularly as we move through this transition with the new nuclear units joining the fleet and our new gas plant over in Fujairah being commissioned. But the bottom line message at the moment, even with the prices that we saw bid for the Al Dhafra 1500 megawatt solar plant, where we put into the market a request for battery storage as well, only for an hour and a quarter, but the prices we were seeing there at around about $200 a kilowatt for that hour's storage, still not competitive. We need to be seeing prices closer to $100 a kilowatt in order for arbitrage to make sense. For reserves, we're seeing a slightly different picture, and I'd like to talk you through the process that we're using at the moment to try and identify what batteries we would install, what service we'd use them for, and indeed what our plans are for their implementation. So it all starts with the planning process. How are we actually going to value what the batteries are providing? And when we heard from our colleagues in California there, and they're relying on a market to provide these services. With EWEC, we are planning what the system operator, and since January this year, some of you will be aware, we have become the system operator for Abu Dhabi and the Northern Emirates. So in effect, we are not only operating the system, we are planning what the system needs in order to be able to operate safely. So just to recap on what operating reserves means. Now, this is a legacy description, very conscious that in some jurisdictions like ERCOT and PJM, the concept of primary and secondary and tertiary reserve, which made sense when we were looking at gas-fired generation, don't really mean quite the same thing when we're looking at batteries, which can provide millisecond response rather than primary response, which is within 10 seconds. So batteries are certainly able to provide a more flexible, more immediate response than the primary reserve, which is the current basis for our electricity transmission code standards. So we've got primary reserve within 10 seconds. That response, primary response, then needs to hand over to a secondary response, which needs to be sustainable for up to 30 minutes, after which tertiary reserve kicks in. So a rather wordy slide, I'm afraid, but I'd just like to talk you through how are we modeling and how we actually identifying what value batteries as reserves can provide to the system. So Plexos is our techno-economic modeling tool. That sits at the heart of what we're doing. We characterize every unit of every plant on our system within that model. And we also characterize the different operating parameters in terms of efficiency, in terms of water output within that model. We include the gas tranches at different prices. We include the gas constraints. And we include the hourly demand profile for the planning period. Now, when we're using Plexos, we have to, for reserve purposes, we have to use the ST version. So we have to be able to model on a chronological hourly dispatch basis in order to understand what do we need in order to operate and dispatch the fleet. So what Plexos will do is say, okay, this is the ramp rates. We understand the ramp rates of the plant. We can look at the costs of obtaining those reserves from our thermal fleet, and then we can strip those out. That's our counterfactual. And then we say, okay, if we didn't have those reserves, how much would it cost to operate the system? So the cost delta between operating the system with our gas-fired reserves and operating the system with no reserves is effectively the value of reserves. Now, if we can provide that those reserves for less money from batteries, then there's a cost advantage in doing so. So I've stripped out the dollar value on the y-axis there, but this is our profile of what our reserve costs look like over the next 15 years or so. And really, nuclear is the elephant in the room, if you like. It's the challenge that we're facing. What's happening with nuclear is it's saying, okay, we've got very little demand that isn't nuclear operating during winter. And that means that we're running gas-fired generation to provide those reserves, and we're operating it pretty inefficiently. So as we get the first reactor in 2021, you can see there's a spike. 2023, 2024, as reactors 3 and 4 come online, we see quite a significant increase in cost. It then falls as demand picks up over the latter part of the 2020s. And then in 2032, it picks up again at the end of the Dolphin contract, where we're anticipating needing to spend more on gas if we were to replace the gas-fired generation that's currently served from the Dolphin supply. Okay, so our primary reserve, our immediate response, if you like, within 10 seconds, spikes from 108 megawatts before nuclear to 250 megawatts immediately on commissioning of the first reactor. And the secondary reserve also increases, both as a consequence of the introduction of nuclear and also as a consequence of more solar being introduced into the system. So solar is our cheapest energy, nuclear is our must-run capacity. We need to design and build and operate the system around accommodating as much solar as the cheapest energy we can buy, and the fact that nuclear is now a committed capacity, it's committed energy. If we don't dispatch it, it's just going to add to our total system cost. Now, the graph on the left there, as you're looking there, you see that was the traditional profile up until the introduction of nuclear. And the dotted line, the dotted horizontal line in the two graphs is equivalent. So what you can see is that once we introduce nuclear, we have a challenge in the winter. The costs go up quite dramatically. There's very little remaining demand being available to be served by our gas-fired generation system. So on a seasonal basis, reserve provision in winter is challenging, and this is where we see batteries really being able to support the system in terms of providing security. Sorry. So I think the other point I should have mentioned was that solar PV during winter, we're anticipating needing to curtail what in effect is our lowest cost energy. So in terms of typical merit order dispatch, it's a little bit on its head. We've got capacity that's installed and available, solar can generate, but we won't be dispatching it because we simply don't have enough remaining demand on the system once we've got 4 nuclear reactors available and being able to maintain system security. So what does that trend look like within the day? So we've looked at it seasonally, and now we'll look at it in the day. So look at the left-hand graph, it's summer. There's a bit of a peak in the middle of the day because we'll be operating our more expensive open cycle units potentially, or the less efficient combined cycle units during the middle of day in summer. But the real spike, it's very much consistent with what I've shown you before, is right in the middle of the day where in winter when we'd be curtailing our solar output. It's available, but we can't dispatch it. So zero marginal cost for PV, we can't run it. So the basic message here is that the modeling tools that we've developed, or the modeling approach that we've developed in Plexos has got quite a long way to go. We cannot optimize easily just how much generation capacity or battery storage capacity we need for reserves at the moment. We are pushing the boundaries of what Plexos is capable of giving us. We really need to be able to go down to the sub 1 hourly level, if not sub 5 minute level, and be able to, and enable us to optimize from a size perspective how much storage. Now, we're working very closely with Energy Exemplar to try and develop the capability there. Within EWEG, over the last 2 years, we've built a modeling capability that is one of the best in the region, if not one of the best in Europe and the world. I mean, it takes time and it's difficult. We're right at the cutting edge, if you like, of what the tools can do, but it's clear that storage costs clearly are falling and have a part to play. Now, the reason why we didn't go ahead with the Al Dhafra project and the storage on Al Dhafra at the time was we had enough gas-fired generation, we didn't have 4 nuclear reactors running, and therefore, in the timeline that was associated with the procurement of that project, it just didn't make sense to try and put batteries in 2022, 2023. They'd have been going in now. But what we do see is a recommendation now for around 200 megawatts of perhaps an hour and a quarter's worth of storage for reserve provision to support the system when we've got 4 reactors running. So it's a rapidly evolving picture and one that I look forward to discussing further. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Bruce. So I would like to invite Mohammed Sadiki, who's going to present Kuwait Fund and their perspective on how to fund energy storage, I guess. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Well, it is really a privilege to be here and to talk to you about Kuwait Fund. Real perspective on how to support the energy sector in developing country. In these yesterday and today's speeches, we heard a lot about the innovation in the technology, innovation in management, operation, but most of these talks and most of this information is in developed economy, in developed industrial countries, where rules and regulations and all that are very well mature and advanced compared to developing countries. About 15 years ago, if you want to see the records of Kuwait Fund funding the energy sector, you see that Kuwait Fund did not finance any project in the renewable, except for huge hydros, big hydros, not even mini hydros. And if you ask why, Kuwait Fund and other funding agencies similar to us, not funding renewable energy, they did not fund any renewables. Because Kuwait Fund does not solicit projects. We wait for borrowers to come to Kuwait Fund and ask us for a project. This project must be feasible, technically and financially and economically feasible. Before that, we never received any request by developing countries for any renewables. Not because Kuwait Fund does not want to, but in 2015 conference, we indicated clearly to developing countries that Kuwait Fund and sister organizations similar to us, we are open to any projects related to renewable energies. And today we are also seeing a new addition, the concept of energy storage to renewable as a compatible components to the energy sector. Well, the fact says that renewable is taking over the energy sector in the world, and especially in developing countries. Whenever a developing country decides on the path, the other options will be neglected. That's why now they have commitment to renewable. Developing countries made commitment to renewable energies, that their future contribution, their future commitment to the energy sector will be through development of renewables. Of course, the main challenges facing developing renewables in developing countries is financing. not only providing the financial resources, but achieving all the economics of the source that they want to finance. For instance, in asking for a renewable energy project, they have to have a complete feasibility study, and then this project should be ranked one of the top of the priority projects within the developmental projects in the country itself, so that funding agency like ours can look at the possibility of providing financing. Of course, there are many challenges facing developing countries when they look at a new project. And when they are faced with a new technology, a new type of project, does not go in line with the assets they have, this creates big problems for them. And that's why we still don't see, we don't receive requests for renewable energy, even though we have affordable financing. Kuwait Fund is one of the funding agencies that was established to provide concessional long-term loans. This to ease the necessary needs of the developing countries for infrastructure projects, all kinds of infrastructure projects. So just to give you a profile of Kuwait Fund is one of the oldest funding agency especially in the Arab world. It was established in 1961 with declared capital of $7 billion. Our annual commitment every year for new projects around $1 billion, like 30 projects a year. The commitment will be around $1 billion. Number of projects we have done so far is 1,008 projects in 107 countries. So Kuwait Fund has this vast experience in dealing with infrastructure projects, that they are difficult projects, and geographically from South America all the way to China. So we have the geographical span, different type of economical systems. The total financing commitment for projects so far, $24 billion. The withdrawal from these funds, 18.7, the 78% shows how much the projects, that's mean how progressed, and about 78% of our commitment has been materialized and projects are being developed. From all that, we can conclude that developing countries, they need a reputable, an institution with reputable history, financial capability, diverse experiences. We have experiences from all the infrastructure projects. For instance, in renewable, just recently, we financed a project in Burkina Faso, pumping plants. 2 pumping stations provide the energy system is isolated system because these pumping stations are somewhere very far from the grid. So the Burkina Faso, the government wants to open up lands, but they don't have the networks. They don't have the electricity network. So they are planning to get water from the river and then energize it with solar energy, 2 pumping stations to supply the agricultural land. Of course, one of the speakers said, we have to think about simplified method. Kuwait Fund guidelines and also our sister organizations, all our guidelines streamlined to make it easy for borrower to borrow money without the complication of during the implementation of the project. If we look at this project, we see that Kuwait Fund is all over everywhere in these continents. The biggest contributions is to the Arab countries. Of course, Arab countries, they are diverse. Some of them high-income countries, some of them are low-income countries. So the Arab countries receive about 56% of our contribution. And we see the energy is 31%, about $7.4 billion, second to the transportation, which is 34%. Where is our source of financing? We are self-financed. Kuwait Fund is self-financed. It's from our resources. We will provide financing through loans, and also we provide financing through grants. The grants goes mainly to conduct feasibility studies. Many countries, if they come to us and they ask us for a project for a loan, we ask them for a feasibility study. And if they say they don't have a full-fledged feasibility study, we will finance. We will give them a technical assistant in the form of grant to conduct a feasibility study. And we usually engage international consultants with our local Kuwaiti local consultants. The third resources, Kuwait Fund also administer all the government, state of Kuwait government assistance and grants to developing countries during like natural disasters or wars. Kuwait contribution to the infrastructure is usually through Kuwait Fund. Some of the information about the Kuwait Fund guidelines is very simplified. You know, from 1961, we've been developing simplifying our guidelines so we make it easy to the developing countries that they can process their loans. Monitoring, the way Kuwait Fund provide the loans is not only, we give them the money and they can implement the project. Kuwait Fund get engaged from the study, from starting the study. Then we do evaluation of the project, both in the office and in the site with the borrower. And then we start implementing the project step by step through like tendering. We have our own procurement guidelines through tendering, and then monitoring the implementation of the project until the project is completed. Then it is handed over to the borrower. Also, another source of resources is Kuwait Fund, through these years, created partnership with many funding agencies. For instance, now we have our record shows that 57% of all our contribution is co-financed by other funding agencies, such as the World Bank and we have Arab funding agencies such as Saudi funds, Abu Dhabi fund, OPEC funds. For achieving, this is our perspective really. It's not only funding that the developing countries need. They need other factors, other drivers that makes them take decision on going to renewable energies. And these are some of these, affordability is very important. Nowadays, they want low tariff for the consumer. They don't want to add on the government any subsidies. They want to reduce the subsidies on the government. It's not acceptable anymore for developing countries to bear the burden of subsidizing the electricity. Reliability is very important. You know, they are now in the stage of marketing themselves for investors to come in, and they want to have a robust technology using the latest technology that can provide them with reliable electricity, not experimental. They want something, you know, we heard about innovation and all that, but they want technology, a robust technology that can be sustainable. One of the most important parts of convincing the government is that this project can create jobs. So the first objective of every project in developing country is job creation. Whenever we introduce or they introduce to us, they must show us that this project can create jobs, because the difficulties that they are going through is that the unemployment rate is so high, and this is, of course, creates some instability. Usually, if you want to start as a manufacturer or as a contractor or as a supplier, you want to show them a success story, because with the success story, it becomes a catalyst to stimulate other fundings, other financiers to come in, including the private sector. I have 3 case studies that we worked on. For instance, this project in Jordan, the government of Jordan prepared 4 feasibility studies, and it was geared toward getting funded by the private sector, local and outside private sector. But nobody came to finance these projects. Kuwait Fund financed this project is 80 megawatt, about $150 million, to become as a catalyst, so that once it is finished, the private sector would be encouraged to participate in funding this type of projects. And this is exactly what happened. After this project is completed, all the other 3 studies, they were engaged by financiers, international and local private sectors.
Sadeki, just one quick thing. Could we go through the 3 case studies rapidly?
Yeah,
thank you.
This is the second project. This is in India. It's a cascade dams. Also, we utilize the resources available to them to create a community, a huge community on this cascaded dams, and created 5,000 in numbers, 5,000 people employment. This is our last recent project in Cuba, and they want to benefit from 100 dams to fit them with mini hydros. We are financing 13 of the 100 dams. And this is now under tender, and we anticipate that the project will finish in 2023. And this is my last slide, and I just want to see if you have any questions and any inquiries about how you can engage Kuwait Fund in your projects and in your future. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. So I would like to invite our two final speakers before we start the Q&A. We have Siraj Alaf, who's a senior R&D engineer at Saudi Electricity Company, and Mohanad Al-Gambi, transmission planning engineer, Saudi Electricity Company. I'd like to invite both of you, maybe both of you at the same time, or should
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay. So let's start, okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us here. And it's my pleasure to be with you to speak a little bit about our efforts in Saudi Electricity Company in R&D, from R&D perspective, in both renewable and energy storage fields. Okay, so as we all know, with high penetration of renewable energy nowadays and in the coming future, storage, battery energy storage will be a necessity over the world. So Saudi Electricity Company worked with so many stakeholders, locally and internationally, to develop some solutions for that. And the main goals were cost reduction and increasing the utility scale for these technologies, especially in the Saudi climate. Okay, as we know, Saudi Arabia is one of the hottest places in the world. So we are facing, unfortunately, a problem with lithium-ion batteries, which is very sensitive to high temperature. And so many accidents have been recorded in the last years. So we want to develop some energy management system and to achieve some safe operation, beside having new solutions that are not depending on heat, like to be safe and efficient and low cost also. And one of our goals also to localize these technologies inside Saudi Arabia. So one of the most important efforts of Saudi Arabia, of Saudi Electricity Company, was the Joint National Center of Excellence for R&D of Energy Storage Technologies. This is a joint center between Saudi Electricity Company and KAXT, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. It established since October 2017, 5 years now. And the main goal of this center was to develop two types of batteries, lithium-ion and sodium nickel chloride. So we have an assembly line now in, to use the lithium-ion batteries and to deploy them and to test them. And we have a pilot project, so we are speaking about pilot projects here for 30 kilowatt, which will be installed in KAXT. And the main goal of this, to localize this industry, because most or maybe all of our batteries are coming from outside. So the other type is the manufacturing of sodium nickel chloride batteries, which is, we know it has a very good result with heat. It is working under heat conditions. So localizing this type of manufacturing or industry in Saudi Arabia will have very good impact about cost reduction and creating new jobs in the Saudi market. Also, one of our efforts, this is not in the joint center, this is something else. We have a pilot project in Rafah, and we have a story here in Rafah. Actually, Rafah was one of the, there was a big scale study in Saudi Arabia, Saudi grid, among Saudi grid, to identify the best locations and applications for battery energy storage. And one of the most important, interesting locations was Rafah. Why? Because Rafah is an off-grid location, which has some challenges about black start and frequency response. So there is a pilot project, will be now in negotiations with the stakeholders to increase the reliability by adding 20 megawatt and 40 megawatt hour battery energy storage to that location. Also, we have a study, we have a feasibility study for hydro pump energy storage in both Magna and Besh. Magna and Besh are located on the Red Sea. So we have good results and very promising results to have some benefits for peak shaving and security of supply. Also, we have our pilot project in Huraymla. Huraymla is equipped with 2.75 wind turbine with 1.2 megawatt of PV. And we will introduce lithium-ion batteries to this location to have some studies about energy applications and power applications. Our last pilot project, is concentrating sun on sand to produce electricity. This is a joint R&D project between Saudi Electricity Company and King Saud University. The goal of this pilot project was to use sand instead of molten salt, because we achieved that sand can reach very, very much higher degrees, like 1,000 degrees, to use it as a heating element for air turbine. And so the technical feasibility demonstrating project has been implemented, and promising results were achieved in phase 1. Phase 2, we are planning to have phase 2 in next days. So to scale up the project and to add energy storage capability to it. Okay, that's all what I have. And now with my colleague, Mohammed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer Siraj. And in addition to the R&D efforts that my colleague mentioned, I would like to also give you an overview of the planning practices going on and the role of energy storage is going to play in the next 10 years. So as you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is in transition currently from an economic point of view, and to achieve that, there is ambitious goals to incorporate about 50% of renewable energy as capacity for generation. And to achieve that, we have ambitious goals of as low as 47 gigawatt and as high as 108 gigawatt of renewables based on the projected demand growth in the year 2030. And to facilitate this, National Grid Saudi Arabia has undertaken a massive project to determine the grid impact, the techno-economic impact of integrating massive amounts of renewables. And of course, with this amount of renewables, the role of energy storage has come to be investigated. And we have found that around 12 gigawatt of battery storage or 48 gigawatt hour was needed to facilitate the integration of the base renewable scenario, which is around 60 gigawatt by the year 2030. And we will see what is the role these battery storage will play in this project. As you can see, the renewable distribution within Saudi Arabia is mainly in the central and western operating areas, but the battery storage envisioned to be fairly even within all the operating areas. Of course, this is an optimized mix after techno-economic impact studies have been conducted. And we can see the main contribution of battery storage in the optimization of the renewable energy mix is increasing the possibility to incorporate more and more solar power. As you can see, without battery storage systems, we could not incorporate more solar power than about 50%. This is due to the high curtailment of renewable energy. But with the incorporation of battery storage systems, we can see that solar power can go as high as 64% of the optimized mix. This is because battery storage facilitates the arbitrage of energy, therefore reducing the curtailment of solar power. And from an operation point of view, we have found that these battery storage systems reduce the curtailment to about 0.3%, down from 6% almost. It will also reduce the number of thermal startup behavior, as you can see on this graph. It is a reduction of about 42% in the number of startups, which is mainly taken by the gas turbine thermal generation units. And finally, I would like to talk on a case study of a grid-scale project, which is planned to be implemented within the Sudair region. This region also is going to host a PV plant in the year 2025 of about 1.5 gigawatt. So it's a prime location for battery storage project. And this project, as a base size, it is planned to be around 235 megawatt, 700 megawatt hour. And the study focused on two main points: what is the technical and economical impact of this project, and also what is needed to be done or recommended to the Saudi Arabian grid code to facilitate integration of such massive battery energy storage in the future. And for the techno-economic analysis, we have considered three types of services: energy arbitrage, net load following, and provisions of secondary reserves, with a sensitivity case of including primary reserves as a type of service of these battery storage systems. And we found that there is benefits to all of these types of services, mainly from the arbitrage, which is basically fuel savings and curtailment savings as well. For the net load following, we have found that still within the year 2025, this service is still provided by thermal units, but beyond 2025, it is expected that the role of the battery storage will increase with the phasing out of more and more thermal units. With secondary reserve contribution, it has been found that it is more cost efficient to provide these services from the batteries than the thermal units, with more even benefits from including primary reserve provisions, which is going to have a big impact on the KPIs of the project. And from a technical point of view, we found that the project does not impose any adverse effects on the system. And in fact, it is providing better and better performance under contingency conditions, speaking of frequency support and voltage control as well. And the study concluded around 10 amendments to be added to the Saudi Arabian grid code to facilitate the incorporation of battery storage systems in the future. The project was found to be economically feasible in the base case size, which is the 700 megawatt hour, with it being even more feasible if we include the first primary reserve provisions, with the net present value of the project going from around $36 million to $300 million. And finally, it is important to mention that this project will serve as a pilot project for grid-size battery storage systems to gain the familiarity and knowledge of operating such projects in order to prepare for the big influx of renewables and the consequent battery storage systems in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. This is fantastic. We were able to finish. So we have 20 minutes now for Q&A. Personally, I was amazed at how much progress has been made in Saudi Arabia. You know, you've looked at storage from a planning perspective. You've evaluated how much storage would make sense for the grid. You're looking at pilot projects. You're also looking at regulatory change to the grid code and figuring out how to make the system work. I'm going to start with a few questions that I have from online. The first was around the virtual transmission line. So I guess it's more for you, Julian, but the others are welcome to pitch in. Just understanding the concept a little bit more and how it compares to traditional transmission upgrade.
Yeah, that's a great question. So really it's about thinking how you can relieve pressure on existing transmission infrastructure or defer or displace investment in additional transmission lines. So that's the fundamental basis of the concept. So if you think about why would you need to upgrade your transmission line, could be congestion management as a key example, could just be around the overall capacity need of that transmission line. And that is often, of course, a very costly and challenging infrastructure investment, depending also where you're doing it and what you need to upgrade it. It can take a long time. What storage gives you is this very flexible asset that can provide congestion management, provide reactive active power, ultimately, it doesn't replace the need for a transmission line if you have a fundamental, huge, let's say you build a new city, you still have to build a transmission line, of course. But what it does is, if you need to upgrade, you could also look at storage as a more flexible, lower cost, quicker to deploy alternative that can also grow over time. I think that's the big difference, right? You can add more batteries if you need to over time, and through that relieve that congestion on the line, and also provide other active network management services.
Yeah, I agree. Speed is a key component. I referenced the RTE project in France. It takes them 10 years of regulatory proceedings to get the agreement from local population to be able to build new transmission lines, and they usually face huge fines. So it's a combination of aspects that make it cost effective. Bruce, have you looked at energy storage as a transmission? Well, have you imagined using transmission assets in any of your planning?
Yeah, I mean, we're moving to a world where we are trying to deliver power and water at least cost. That's the planning objective, but it's integrated transmission and production planning, and very few entities globally are doing that. I mean, you quoted the example of Germany. The reason why you need this solution is because there isn't integrated generation and production planning, and you wouldn't locate all of your renewable resource in one location and miles away from your demand in an ideal world. And if you were sending the right price signals, you'd been prepared to pay a bit more for the wind close or the solar closer to where the demand was in order to avoid this huge transmission investment. So the approach that we're taking very much is aimed at recognizing that what the objective is how do we securely deliver power and water at least cost, factoring in transmission costs as well as production costs and building that together.
But one thing to add to that, because I think that's the advantage you have, right? That you can look at it in an integrated, holistic way. I think what's important to then also remember the additional values that storage can provide, whether that's black start, whether that's synthetic inertia, especially as you're taking off a lot of synchronous generation and you're having higher renewable power, which is often something that's not valued because Plexos can't give you or show you that value that storage can provide. It can only look at the arbitrage and the ancillary services pieces within that.
Yeah, so I mean, I alluded to the fact that Plexos doesn't give us full visibility of the value stack for battery energy storage services at the moment. I mean, it's something that we are working very closely with them to address. It's clearly a requirement, and it's not just a requirement here.
Mm-hmm. Regarding modeling tools, Siraj and Mohanad, you had a very detailed map of Saudi Arabia with storage in different regions. What type of modeling and planning tools are you using to reach that level of granularity in your projections and your needs?
Yes, in planning, actually, we do also employ Plexus for the optimization of the mix as well as the thermal generation fleet. But for the technical studies, we use the PSSE, Siemens PTI tool, and we use it to determine the grid performance under the renewable energy. It takes an input from Plexus, which is the hourly snapshots of the system, and then we feed that into PCC to do our load flow dynamic analysis.
What are some of the gaps in that piece that you think need to be looked at and researched? What are some of the modeling needs that you've felt?
I think the main gap that we are considering now is going from deterministic planning approaches to probabilistic planning, which is, I think, a key in shifting to renewables in the future, because you have no longer, your peak and minimum loads are your critical points in the system. With more and more renewables, you get now the issues of low inertia, low short circuit ratio in the system. So you have more and more volatility in the system. And therefore, I think incorporation of probabilistic planning practices is going to be important in the next 10 years.
Okay, thank you. One last question for you, Mr. Sadeki, before we turn it over to the audience. Received one question about early stage technologies. it looks like there would be mechanisms through the Kuwait Fund to help new technologies emerge. But the question is about, is it worth developing these new technologies in developing countries, or is it more cost effective to try these new technologies in more developed economies and privilege more advanced and mature technologies in developing countries?
Well, usually in the developing country, the investment in research and development is low. So they rely on new technologies coming from outside. But one issue is very important in developing countries, that partial manufacturing is very important within the developing country because they want to create jobs. And this is, like I said, the first objective of every project they do, they want to create jobs. So even with these new technologies, if they can put one of these factors that this new technology can create jobs, I think, of course, we as a funding agency, a developmental funding agency, we will support that.
Great, excellent. So I want to turn it over to the audience, and I see one hand over there. Is there a microphone? Over there.
Hi, this is Shubhendu. I am advisor to Ministry of Energy here. And last 4.5 years, I was leading World Bank's South and Southeast Asia battery storage program. I have a question, but before that, I'm trying to put a comment what Smith and Julian has said with a real example. Last year, from World Bank, we got awarded in a hilly region in India, 20 megawatt solar and 50 megawatt hour battery. It has been awarded to Tata Power. But the project is actually displacing one transmission line coming from Kulu to the hill. So hill, the cost of transmission is very high. So instead of building a second transmission line, we got battery storage 50 megawatt hour. So that's one project. And second project, we have already put on the drawing board. It is final. Now getting to the regulatory. In Kutch, first 3.5 gigawatt solar was awarded. There is a transmission line 1,200 kilometer long in 765 kV DC, HVDC. But the second 4.5 gigawatt power, the transmission line is opted out. So Power Grid now working with World Bank, instead of the second transmission line 200 kilometer 4.5 gigawatt, we are putting 18 gigawatt hour battery, and it will be tendered out next year. So this is actually not only the virtual transmission line, this is actually these projects are on the ground. One is under construction and one is going to there, and this number is simply 18 gigawatt hour avoiding 1200 kilometer transmission line, 4.5 gigawatt. Then we identified 18 lines, transmission lines, which is loaded less than 18% connected to the solar plants. And the future, instead of building new transmission line, now the decision is put the renewable plus storage with those transmission corridors and just avoid the transmission cost. So these numbers of storage already identified by Indian government, it is almost 200 gigawatt hour total. But we are also from the World Bank, we are working the similar project in Philippines with Avalanche. So we are identifying now my second point to the Julians, because it's a global, but we couldn't hear the South and Southeast Asia, but where we see the largest potential, because A, load is growing, B, load factor is less and load factor is dropping down, so I am getting more peaky and pickier peaks. Third, so because of load energy curve, and these are typically having coal, more than 20 years, and specifically a lot of regions, which is getting replaced, or we are trying to put them down. So there's a load energy curve, and there's huge evening peak, 2.5 hours, because those are not extreme climate, and the peak is pickier, not like this region where peak is almost flat. There is no peak. So these are the projects.
Let's try to keep them short so we can have multiple perspectives.
So I would like to have Julian, I would love to see your projections on that South and Southeast Asia projection, because from the bank side, we are seeing a huge potential over there.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing those very concrete examples of transmission upgrade. That does pose one question around ownership that I wanted to sort of bounce around the room and also invite other perspectives. You, Julian, looking at different markets and different ownership structures, you mentioned in your presentation that the Middle East has to find its own model and maybe a unique model. What would you see as the right ownership structure? You know, obviously from a developer and vendor, that's an easy question, but it's just to get the conversation started.
Yeah, definitely not the easiest question. I mean, I think as Bruce alluded to, there's some clear benefits, at least in some parts of the world where you have completely vertically integrated markets, and as such, you have to worry less about the ownership structure and the ownership model, and you can get the benefits from the entire value stack as the owner operator, grid operator, and power supplier in that market. I do think there is value, though, to creating some form of market structures. Obviously, you know, there's PPAs with solar developers, and I think there's definitely a benefit, for example, to looking at, I think the point you alluded to earlier, again, I refer to Bruce's presentation, you know, at the moment, the way primary reserve is defined, doesn't really value the uniqueness of what battery storage can provide. So if you want to reward that very fast response, you need to think about, okay, how do I implement that kind of structure? Of course, if you build and develop it yourself, you may get an economically suboptimal outcome. But also at the same time, I would leave that to all the very experienced gentlemen on this panel who are actively driving that deployment in their markets.
And also, if you could just touch upon the conversations you're having with regulators, is it taking a certain direction? Are they moving towards a certain form of ownership? That would be really interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about developing liberalized markets in this part of the world. I mean, I think we tend to look at what's been done in Australia, in the UK, and in America and so on and say, yeah, moving towards a liberalized market, that's the way to go because they've done it. And yet the reality is, if we look at AMO, if we look at the UK, if we look at PJM and so on, they have aspects of, or have had to introduce aspects of single buyer models, which is basically what we've got in this part of the world, in order to procure and value these services that are actually really quite difficult to put a market, to send the right market signals to buy in a fully liberalized setup. So it's not an easy problem. And I think there are many advantages that we face at the moment with centralized planning in terms of being able to say, we need some of that because we need frequency response. We can see that batteries provide it. We can just go and procure it, use a PPA model to do so. We've been very successful in this part of the world with the PWPA structure. It's a relatively simple step and a relatively small step to move from procuring a power station to procuring a battery using the similar type of procurement structure.
Yeah.
Would you like to?
Well, in Kuwait Fund is, provide the loans in the form of sovereign loans. So we ask that the assets be owned by the government, but to allow private sector, to encourage private sector engagement, we all modes of financing, such as PPP, but our financing will be limited to the government asset within that arrangement.
Okay.
Yes, from R&D point of view, we have to be ready for the next projects, which it is a must to have battery energy storage or any energy storage techniques. So from our point of view, we are trying to be ready and to study all the cases and to study the most important technologies to be ready to deploy them within our network next days, because we know this is very, very close to happen. So this is what we are focusing on in R&D.
Yeah, let me just add one point, because I forgot to add it on the PPA structure, because we are now actually seeing the first type of storage PPAs where you are paying for a set number of cycles a year over a 10-year period. And actually that de-risks it a lot, because you don't have to own and operate the asset, and you're just saying, I'm paying you X for you providing me 0.8 cycles a day or 2.5 cycles a day, whatever your need is from a system perspective, and you pay that kind of renter structure, and that de-risks it for both sides.
And back to the room for, are there any additional questions? I see a hand over there.
Thank you. Ahmed Zakour from the Ministry of Energy. I would like to thank GCCIA and the EPRI for conducting such a wonderful topic to put the spot on the challenges that we might face in the coming years. My concern is, I noticed, or from my humble knowledge, there is an issue for the battery, especially lithium ion, for the small applications like battery for EV, for being overheated. Is this issue has been overcome or mitigated on the large scale project? And the other concern, our colleagues from SEC, he mentioned that to have this energy storage being visible is to have a 25 years lifetime. Is it? Thank you.
Who would like to take that one? Do you offer the same technology depending on the climate, or?
Yeah, let me try to address it very quickly. So we've actually got projects still operational in the Atacama Desert in Chile. So talking about a very hot environment, it's a pretty good example, and those systems have been running for over a decade now. It depends how you design the system. You have to work with good suppliers that have the right software so they operate the battery in a safe environment. And then you also have to look at the system design because you need the additional cooling, so HVAC and chiller capacity to operate a battery in a healthy environment. But the software is very critical, and that's what we provide with our Fluence OS, is have the software to manage it in those environmental parameters. Our projects typically come with a 20-year warranty, so 20 years is the standard term, but we can also look at extended warranties and different types of availability guarantees.
And so you've been doing a lot of research on this topic and developing new technologies. Can you
yes,
mention?
this is one of the most important topics we have. So, as I said, in the Joint Center, we are trying to have an alternative for the lithium ion by developing. It is not new, but it is new in our market and in Saudi Arabia. So we want to have a good solution, which is. Can be reliable in our hot climate. So I think there are so many technologies. So we are trying to now in the Joint Center for the sodium nickel chloride, and I think we'll have more and more next days.
Yes, and for the grid scale projects, of course, this comes to engineering and design issues, and of course, everything has to be, considered in order to maintain reliable and safe operation of these batteries. But from international experience and with also communications with international consultants, it has been seen that lithium-ion batteries are feasible in such climates. And to answer your second part of the question, in the economic analysis, yes, we have considered the 25-year lifetime for the project, and this is what the analysis results have been considered, and we've seen that it's feasible under such a lifetime.
Excellent. So I would like to thank everyone for participating. Unfortunately, unless anyone tells me anything else, I think we're at the end of the session. And thank you so much. We look forward to continuing the conversation on global energy storage markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric, for this interesting panel discussion with so many different perspectives with our experienced speakers. And now we would like to move now we would like to invite Dr. Naif Al-Abadi, CEO of GCCIA, to present the trophies for the speakers. Sorry, Dr. Naif Al-Abadi, Chairman of GCCIA. Cedric Christensen, Managing Director of LARED. Julian Jameson, Growth and Market Fluence, Development Director in Fluence. Bruce Smith, Director in Planning for Forecasting, EWIC. Dr. Mohammed Sadiqi, Engineer Advisor, Kuwait Fund. Engineer Siraj Alaf, Senior Research and Development Engineer, Saudi Electricity Company. Engineer Mohammed Al-Ghamdi, Transmission and Planning, National Grid, Saudi Arabia. And now we would like to ask for a group photo. Before we go for a 30-minute break, I would like to remind you that Expo Trip, you will gather at 3:45 p.m. today. The bus will depart at 4 p.m. and it will drop you to Opportunity Gate in Expo, and you will be leaving Expo at 8:30 p.m. And now you can take a break for 30 minutes. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I hope you had good time networking during the break. And now we will resume with our third session for today. And I'm gonna give to my colleague Ben Khan to handle it.
All right, so this morning we really looked at energy storage from a global perspective, big picture, how is the market moving? Now we're going to transition and we're going to focus more at the project level. I would like to invite my colleague, Aaron Manier, up to the stage, who's going to moderate the next session focused on energy storage project case studies, both in the Middle East and internationally. Aaron?
Thanks, Ben. Really excited to moderate this session because we're going to talk about actual projects, actual learnings, steel and copper in the ground. What have we learned? How is that going to help us in deploying storage in the future? I'll start off with a quick overview of some of the research priorities that EPRI has in this deployment space based on what we've learned with our members and helping them deploy storage. And after that, we'll have a project developer perspective and also a technology provider perspective. So a lot of different angles coming at storage deployment to give you that broad perspective to see how we can all learn from these experiences and again, advance. So we saw this slide earlier, and we really want to reiterate why it's important that we focus on deployment issues. We're talking about a terawatt hour of storage, excluding pumped hydro, that could potentially be deployed in this decade. And so really, when you think about a terawatt hour of storage, the growth is phenomenal, and we need to ensure that the systems are going to be safe. We've heard a lot about safety, reliable, because when you have that amount of storage on the grid, and it's a reliability asset, it needs to be there when you need it. And then also cost effective. So we'll look at cost effective from both the value and the cost side. Safety remains a higher priority, we've heard this. But really puts that into perspective is looking at actual incidents, fire incidents, explosions that have happened with large scale storage. So we're tracking this, and we have a publicly available database where you can look, and the goal is to understand what's happening and how can we learn from that? How can we understand the different when and where, what technologies are happening with these? And so these incidents are happening with NMC, lithium ion, LFP. They're happening during transportation, commissioning, during the operational life, during recycling. So really understanding the spectrum of safety of energy storage. And so how do we get over these challenges? How do we ensure these safe systems? Well, we need to understand the fire and safety hazards around them. And we are getting our hands around lithium ion. We've got a lot more experience with it. But now we're talking about part of that terawatt hour of storage is going to be emerging technologies that we haven't had as much experience deploying. So what do we know about those hazards? How can we mitigate the risk there? And we've made advancements in codes and standards, but again, a lot of that is geared towards lithium ion. So how do we adapt those? How do we make those fit with all of the other technologies that will be introduced in the next decade? So I'll kind of click through, and the point of this slide, I'm not going to read all of these, is to show that we need to think about safety from a holistic perspective. So we have, again, the technology provider perspective, which is really focused on, how do we manufacture the technology? How do we design the system so that it's safer from the core fundamental of the technology, and then building up to the integration, the balance of system, and then thinking about the environment level. So many different levels of safety that we need to consider. And so EPRI has put together an energy storage or a battery safety roadmap to really look at how do we take all those different levels of safety and translate them into research projects. And so this is a few examples. We can look at response guidelines, looking at the environment, how first responders can respond to an incident, failure modes and effects analysis to guide the design process and operation process. So just a few examples of the safety spectrum and where we have opportunities to improve the safety. Next, I'll talk about the performance piece, the performance and reliability piece, which again, that terawatt hour, we think about that, and we need these systems to be reliable. We need them to be there when we want them to be there. But the commercial track record, it's growing, but it's still relatively short. And when we think about emerging technologies, even shorter. And so how do we get there? What are the key issues with performance and reliability? And part of that, from a research perspective, is understanding what's really going on, getting that independent assessment and validation of this, not just taking the information directly from the technology, but really understanding what that information is telling us about the system and how it can inform operation of that asset. We don't know what reliability, what really fails. There's this diagram here of a system that we supported a member in analyzing and operating, and there's so many different pieces of the pie of how the system was down. And really, it's not necessarily the underlying technology. It's the balance of plant. It's the inverter. It's the container. It's the software. So when we think about performance and reliability, we need to think, again, big picture, full spectrum, total installed system in the environment to think about performance and reliability. And so how do we enable that? We enable that with data. Data is going to get us to the next level. And we need to process a lot of data. And the data needs will vary. So owners and operators may need different data, but now we're seeing that regulators are wanting to report reliability data on batteries. Vendors need data to uphold performance guarantees or warranties. So across the data spectrum, we need a lot, and we need different channels to make sure that data is securely transmitted. And that data enables things like performance analytics that can help with the operational process. So, really looking at trends, and this is an example from our performance and reliability data initiative of looking at different systems and how they trend so that we can compare. And Arshad talked about, the top 10 and how can we come together, we can demonstrate different technologies, share the data, share the learnings, looking at them all side by side and creating a common methodology of how you assess and how you test these. This is going to inform a lot. And so we need those lessons learned from the projects, and we need to understand how they behave. And so that third bucket of economics, we heard in the last session a lot of opportunities, but the market rules are evolving. So how you may plan for storage today is not necessarily how you would operate it in the future. And forecasting out, we heard the importance of looking 10 years out, really stretching to see where storage may be needed, what types of durations, what performance characteristics, which will inform the technology that's being developed and being advanced right now. But we need to better understand what those future scenarios look like with the different generation mix and the different decarbonization goals and strategies around that. So there's a lot of complex decision making that's happening, and so we need tools that enable us to run those case studies and understand the future scenarios. We also saw in the last session, it's not, from the cost perspective, it's not just about that initial CapEx. So can we get our hands around what are the operating costs, what are the maintenance costs, and what are the end-of-life costs as well? Often we don't think about end-of-life costs, but that could be potentially a significant cost, or it could be a value at the end of the project, depending on the type of technology. You may be able to recover that. So again, looking at the full cost of a project. And I'll briefly just go over, we have some tools to support this. I mentioned it yesterday. Dervet helps to have those transparent discussions. It's an open source tool that we encourage the industry to use. We are always looking for feedback on how to enhance the features to align with how you intend to model storage or operate storage. And then the Energy Storage Integration Council, which again is there to help align the industry together to facilitate that discussion, to have common approaches and methodologies, and through the form of publicly available tools and guides. So, that's the research perspective of what EPRI's focused on based on our experience in deployment. And so now I would like to pass it over to Gabriel Talano with Total Energies, who's focused on international development.
Thank you very much. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Gabriel Talano. I'm a senior business developer in Total Energies in the renewable part. And I'm here to talk to you about what we did in iron storage for what we've been doing for a couple of years, iron storage. And the idea here is to share with us, with you, what we did in Total Energies. And mostly, I should start by thanking GCCIA and EPRI for the invitation. We started with, yesterday with talking about cooperation, this morning about sharing and learning, and today this presentation will be the following of that. This is the situation. We don't really have to focus on that. I just want to start with a quick story about myself. I've been looking at storage worldwide, from Japan to Colombia, from the US to Europe, South Africa, and Middle East, with the airway tenders. And I came to develop over the years my own philosophy of why we do storage, energy storage with batteries, regardless of the technology. And for me, it's about keeping the light on, granting the access to water to everybody. I think we have to keep this spirit of cooperation, the idea of why we are doing it, for the grid, but also for the people that are connected to it. So, quick overview of what we do in Total Energies. Around the renewables, we have high ambitions, 33 gigawatts of renewables by 2025, sorry, and 100 by 2030. We don't do it alone. We are not only doing it with wind and solar, we are doing it in an integrated way. We have generation capacity, we have retail capacity, and we keep this vertical approach of generation, retail, what do we need in the middle, storage. And this is why we are here, while we develop storage. So as I said, solar, wind, energy storage, and we are still doing, we are developing a philosophy around how do we integrate storage in our projects. Do we put it locally, co-located, or do we put separately? And what do we do in storage in Total Energies? We look everywhere. We started in France, Europe, with Belgium, and we look at other countries. What you see, it's 800 megawatts of pipeline with 130 almost completely built in France, and various approach. We have JVs, we have organic development, tendering approach in South Africa and Middle East, even if we did not get this one. And it's always about what do we do and why do we do it. Use case in France, Europe are not the same as in Japan, as in the US, or as in South Africa. And it will be the same for Middle East. So let's switch to France. We started looking at France in 2019, because it was, we received the signal from the TSO. They were looking for storage, and they were looking to secure capacity for flexibility, so primary reserve and secondary reserve. For that, they started the AOLT, which is basically a capacity mechanism, a tendering for secure revenue for 7 years to incentivize the development of storage. It doesn't compensate all the investment, it doesn't make the project fly, but it secures revenue. And when you do project finance, you need secured revenues, even a partial share. As we started to look at storage early on, we were the most awarded bidder with 130 megawatts of storage, and we do it smartly. Why do I say that we do it smartly? It's because we are Total Energies, so we have sites, so we have land, we have industrial facilities, so we have a point of connection, and this is the two main things that you need for storage. It doesn't take a lot of space to build storage. It's not a PV plant that needs hectares and hectares. Dunkirk, the entire 61 megawatt, is 27 enclosures of 20 feet containers. It's a football field, basically, to give you a range of the idea. So it needs organization, more than anything. And so our projects in Dunkirk, in Carlin and Grandpuy. How did we become successful? As said, it's about verticality and integration of all the opportunities, all the synergies of the company. We started, with Total Energies, so developer, us, host sites, refinery and chemicals, and we looked at what are the competencies that we have in-house that can help us accelerate the development of storage. We have the technology knowledge with Saft, a company of Total. We are not bound by Saft, but we like to do projects with Saft in France. And we have a route to market. Why do I speak about the route to market? It's because we need to know how to earn money. It's an investment, and we need it to be viable. And so we had this perfect storm, let's say, of assets, sites, point of connection, technology knowledge, and route to market that make us comfortable to build on the projects and to develop 130 megawatts of storage. This is about how did we end up to 130. I just want to stop on a couple of good points or successes that we have. First, it's one of the first projects, utility scale projects built in France. So we developed with the TSO, with the host site, and with all the local institutions, all the structuration about storage. What type of safety measures do we have to implement? What type of tests do we have to implement to integrate storage on the point of connection? And what type of permitting do we need? There were no regulations before, and we started with by discussions with the host sites, with the institution and the TSO, to build at least a common understanding of what we have to do to develop storage. Excuse me. And last but not least, it's about safety. We are in an operated site from Total Energies, so any risk, additional risk, has to be taken in account. And we had a lot of discussion about HCC with the site and also with the fire brigades that were integrated in the development of the project, and that we trained to be sure that when there were, if there is an issue on the site, they know how to react. We trained them, we did some tests, mock tests, and it was really one of the facilitators of the development of the project. Good point too is that it's 100% remotely operated. You don't need a lot of people on site, and we have the chance, by being on operated sites, to have people that can do the maintenance, and that can also intervene when there is a need to. A couple of deterrents, as we said, permitting requirements were not clear. They are still being clarified as of today, but the fact that we integrated as soon as possible the institutions facilitated and allowed us to develop our projects. And the same for the defined grid connection requirements. It's about cooperation. It's not about following the rules perfectly. When there are none, we can build them and learn from it together. A couple of KPIs. We discussed about asset management and ensuring that the project that has been built is correctly operated. Availability, we provide a service. It can be peak shifting, it can be flexible, it can be ancillary service such as frequency regulation, but you have to be sure that the system works, is viable, and you can trust it. And for that, we define we define tests with the TSO to ensure that we will be designing the asset correctly. So there is a state of charge management strategy that we put in place with the TSO. And we achieve 98% availability on the frequency services, which is pretty much what you can get. Technical, it's a follow-up, following what we do with it. Is it well operated, optimized, and do we do we maintain a good state of health of the battery, which is linked to the stock management indicators. HEC has said Total Energy being oil and gas, formerly an oil and gas company, HEC is one of the core concerns, and really developed. We wanted to develop a project of a certain size, and we redefined the project by taking into account the HEC requirements, by space, by safety distance with the sites. It's basically safety integrated in the assets, in the enclosures of the batteries, and safety by design. And service, well, just ensuring that we are an asset that is trustful and we provide the best service to the grid, as said by Julian, by reacting the fastest possible interfrequency regulation services. The first slides were about Dunkirk and the French success. France is a merchant market, so everybody, it's an open market, so everybody can bid on this market to develop batteries. We have in Middle East a different approach, which is a very good one too, which is tendering options. And what I want to share with you is challenges that we had with the RMI4P tender, which was a tender in South Africa in 2021, to the end of 2021, about keeping the lights on. Just to give you a bit of context, South Africa is 60 million people, 260 terawatt-hours of energy. It's a power market highly reliant on coal, and 24 gigawatts of coal to be removed in the coming future. They have an operation challenge because all these asset facilities are old and not trustworthy. So they have recurrent load shedding, which is basically planned outage up to 6 gigawatts of load reduction. So 6 gigawatts of consumption that has to be removed from the grid at a certain time of the day. Conscious of that, the ministry launched a tender called the RMI4P to develop 2 gigawatts of storage of renewables, or at least dispatchable capacity, gas mainly, to tackle this issue, and we were answered to this tender. It was a gas tender. It wasn't expected that storage coupled with PV and wind could bid on the storage, on the project. Everything was written for gas, and everything was thought for gas. And this was a challenge, because even if the size were okay for us, even if the construction timing, 18 months, was okay for us, the regulation, the rules of the tender were not clear for us. It did not perfectly suit our needs. And we'll get down to it a bit further. So we developed a PV plus storage project. It's a 20-year PPA, which is pretty good for PV plus storage. It handles the PV issue and the battery life duration. So it's a good duration. And it's about contracted capacity. It's a service. It's not about energy. It's about I need capacity when I cannot trust the coal or the gas. It's just a different approach from what we see in Middle East today with PV, where you are just buying energy. The goal is different. I'm not sure I will be able to supply the energy needed by the grid at that time. So I want to be able to call you from 5 in the morning to 9:30 in the evening to dispatch energy. And this is why you have a bit of overcapacity by design, to be able to address from 5 in the morning to 9:30 in the evening the dispatchable requirements. The required availability was 70% on a 24/7 approach. It was achieved by the renewables. The challenge was not about availability, it was about rules. In previous tenders in the Middle East, I saw DFs, so basically waiting factors about energy that should have been provided, but was not provided in the end. Here, there were a DF, and a waiting factor, and a DF. The waiting factor was about You told me that you will be providing energy. You didn't, so it's kind of fair, and it's fair for all of the technologies. It's about reliability on a short-term duration, on a short period. And there were a DF, a deduction factor, which was based on what you told me during the tendering. And if you do not provide on a monthly basis the average of this energy, you will be penalized, which you could think is fair, but it's fair for gas turbine. That has no issue about energy supply of gas. For renewables, you have seasonality. So if you treat on a yearly basis the performance that will be done, that will be provided by a renewable asset, either with or without storage, you are not putting renewables in front. You are not favorizing renewables. It's more about fairness of comparison than about putting really renewables forward. It's just that it doesn't impact a gas turbine to take account of the seasonality, but it does impact renewables. If you approach everything on a yearly basis, you will not have the same performance as on a monthly basis or a seasonality basis. For instance, the unavailability calculated from a yearly basis increased by 50% when you switch to the availability calculated on a monthly basis reduced by 10% when you included the approach on the yearly availability. So you would consider that basically the renewable plant is not available at 20%, but at 60%, which is not necessarily perfectly the case. And then the techno-agnostic tender, which was perfect, but written for fuel-based solutions. And then you end up with an issue about comparing all the proposals because you are not comparing all the same tools, all the same elements. For instance, if you have a pass-through of the gas price, you will be exposed to gas price evolutions. But a renewable asset does not have this issue about gas. And so all these elements have to be taken into account and weighted when you are comparing capacity to be able to compare the total cost of ownership, as we like to say it, between a gas turbine, for instance, and renewable assets. We are still in the process of signing the contracts today. Conclusions, it's a wonderful table, a lot of elements. I just want to talk about a couple of things. I don't know if you like to dance. I like to dance. And to be able to dance, you have to cooperate. Even more for the Paso Doble. The IPPs and the institutions have the same objective. To achieve them, a regular cooperation is needed. It was done in France with working groups, frequent working groups, that allows for the developer to have visibility on the regulation, on the market evolution, and to the TSO, to the institution, to adapt to what they can really expect. This way, you ensure that you're not asking one-way things that cannot be provided, and for the developers to be ready when you launch a tender to offer the project. So anticipation is key too. So in the end, I will maybe just finish on that. The idea is about sharing, anticipating needs to ensure optimal cost-benefit operation. Optimal cost-benefit operation ensures the optimal cost of ownership, and you will have efficient and reliable assets. The more integrated the developers are with the institution, and it goes both ways for sure, the better you will have a reliable and efficient asset. This will increase market attractiveness, so we have more players ready to play, both ways, and you will have a dynamic development. You will have people that will come to you offering you solutions, even if you do not ask them, and it will give you an idea of what is expected or what can be proposed by the developers at the time. You don't need to be an open market. You can be tendering, but it's facilitating the exchange and ensuring that when there is an RFP, the RFP will be aligned with what can be provided by the market. Otherwise, you can have these discrepancies between what you're expecting from the market and what can be proposed by the market. It reduces development risk because everybody knows what to expect, and in the end, it allows to achieve energy goals both on the IPP side and on the TSO side, on governmental side. All of that to ensure that the lights stay on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabriel. So that was we've had the research and the project developer perspective. Now I'd like to invite up Gautier Dupont, Director of Energy Storage, or actually Energy Infrastructure at NGK, to provide the technology provider perspective.
Hi, everybody. It's a great honor to be here, to be invited to make a presentation. It's also a great pleasure to be back in this country. I came the first time here in December 2003, and at that time there were no batteries. Lithium-ion was not yet on the market. They were still burning some diesel to cover the peak, which hopefully is now solved. So it was a completely different world. And we now try to do the same for the next 20 years. And I remember I always work in renewable energy since it started, so I worked before renewable energy. And then I came very early in the energy storage. And the struggle was to be heard. It's always difficult to come with new technologies talking about the future. Despite this fact, we, NGK, we are a Japanese company. We are already in this sector for 40 years. So the majority of you don't know our company. It's our fault. We are a Japanese company. We do not communicate a lot. We don't like to communicate a lot. So I will try to break the secret glass wall that are typically for my Japanese colleague. You see, I'm not Japanese. So I hope I will not be criticized later on that I divulge some secrets about the company. So this is what we do. It's already an old system. It was commissioned in 2016. It was 300 megawatt hours. It's in Kyushu Island, and you can see there are 252 20-feet container. It's a small football pitch. We have more than 5 gigawatt hours that are already installed and charging and discharging every day. As you can see, the majority in Japan, so you are not aware what is happening there. You know, the presentation earlier, it's not a criticism, but Japan was not in the list, despite the fact that you have much more than France or any other country. So this is our fault. Okay, sorry, I'm talking as a Japanese here. It's our fault, not only as a company, but also as a market. So TEPCO, which is our historical partner for the battery, they do not communicate a lot about that. I know they came many times in the Middle East, but it's not really well known. And as it was mentioned earlier, the 108 megawatt that was mentioned earlier this morning, it's in fact NGK technology. And I was very pleased to see the sodium nickel chloride batteries for Saudi, because it's exactly the same technology as our technology. The only difference is the cathode. So we have sulfur, and for this technology, it's nickel chloride. But basically, it's the same process. So we are 100 years old. We are not a startup. I try to say we are old startup, but it's very difficult. And we are specialized in ceramic technologies. So maybe I will have time to talk about the technology later on, but The key part of the technology is the ceramic. So it's completely different from lithium-ion or any other type of conventional batteries. So, okay, it was already presented in different ways, the Swiss knife concept. But I'm here to explain 40 years of experience for my colleagues. And for me, it's almost 15 years in the energy storage sector, when the sector didn't exist, in fact. And I was given the chance by ADWIA, in fact. I was here for another project, and the client told me, you know, I have this complicated client there, Japanese company. I don't understand what they are trying to do, so can you help? I was consultant, and the consultants say always yes for new stuff. And I say, yeah, you know, you will be happy. I will pay you to learn. And I learned. So I'm here to give back my experience of 15 years and to give the experience of NGK for the 40 years. So yes, it's a Swiss knife. The experience of our client, it was explained earlier by Ewek, it's that when you install a battery, you make nice business plan, you make studies, you pay consultant like me, I was paid to do that. I make the calculation to justify the battery in Abu Dhabi. But the reality then is that, okay, it's okay for 5 years more or less, but then the world changed, and you don't know how you will use the battery in the future. And it was mentioned that the flexibility of the software was not good enough, so we are working on, as NGK, to refurbish the software, not the battery. Battery, it's okay, but you have to have a state-of-the-art software like it was presented this morning. So this is really the key message. You can make all the study you want. Nobody knows. Who anticipates the peak price of natural gas? Nobody. And you know, in Europe, it's a cash cow for the people who have batteries in UK. They make a lot of money, but you know, the 5 years before, their revenue was linearly going down. And then it's a stick curve, hockey stick, boom. In 1 year, they pay back, or less than 1 year, I don't have the real figure, they pay back the investment. Nobody knew that. So honestly, I can talk, you can talk about what will happen the next 20 years. Nobody knows, but one thing we know is that this is the only technology that is flexible enough to adapt to anything. Millisecond time reaction, its reliability, it's incredible at the battery level. You saw the slides that you presented earlier, that the reliability of the battery, it's extremely good. So when the battery system is not available, it's not because of the battery. You know what in our experience in Abu Dhabi, is that the key factor is false alarms, like fire alarms. Okay, so the fire sensor, still today, they still are challenging. And the second one is the air conditioning for the PCS. In our case, there is no air conditioning for the batteries. It's running at 300 degrees, so it doesn't matter the weather. It's also one of the biggest growths you can imagine in the world. I put 1,000, maybe it will be more than that. So yes, we will go to terawatts of energy storage. Which technology, when exactly, I don't know, but I don't make any mistake to say one day we will have 1 terawatt or more than that. So this is clear. The supply chain also, it's a little bit more complex than for PV. First, the PCS has to go bidirectional, and you need a brain. You know, PV, you build the stuff, no brain. When you have sun, you have energy. Okay, take it or leave it, but you cannot control it. The key challenge for all the sector is to have a brain. A brain is a software that will decide when to charge and when to discharge. And honestly, today, our experience is that we are not yet there. Okay, the presentation this morning, what they say is right, and they say that, yes, we are still learning. So this is a key issue for the whole sector, is that you have at the same time a generator and a load. So I was planning engineer when I was young, so you make a load forecast, then you make generation forecast, then you make the transmission network planning, and and then you make 1 or 2 loops between generation and transmission, and then you have a fine system. There is no load forecast anymore, because a battery, it's also a load. So now, as it was mentioned, the whole system, just the study, we are not yet there to have a clear methodology how to make planning for power system. And I can tell you, I make so many studies when the first 10 years of my life, and this methodology doesn't apply with energy storage. So partnership, it's a key, because except Elon Musk, nobody can do everything. Okay? We are a technology company. We make ceramics, we make cells. We don't make software. Don't ask NGK to develop the software. So we need to partner. A challenging slide is that I'm not against lithium-ion, please understand me. I just give facts and figures. There is a big difference of the needs of a cell for an EV, electrical vehicle, and for the energy storage. So the first one is the car. In Europe, you have regulation. If you put some device in the car, it has to last for 7 years. So the car manufacturers, they plan for 10 years. And if an equipment, parts doesn't last 10 years, you have to announce it to your customer. You will have to change the filter every X kilometers and this kind of stuff. And everything that is not mentioned in the list is designed for 10 years. So they are doing the same for the batteries. Why they should develop a battery for 15 years? It's business. So the trend on the market is that today the cells are too good for EVs, honestly. And to reduce the cost is to reduce somehow the quality. Okay, I don't like to reduce the quality. The word is not very nice, but this is the reality. It's to really match the exact needs of your customer. And if you can spare some money there, you will do it. And this is what they are doing. But for the energy storage, we need 20 years. In Saudi, guys, you are incredible. You asked for 25 years. So you put us under big pressure to reach that, because the market for the moment is targeting 20 years, which is very challenging. The number of cycles, one car, it's 500 cycles. I make the maths, you can do that. When I wrote this slide a few years ago, I put 7,000. Now you need 10,000 cycles. And I can go through all the lists, but it's completely different. And we see it already, because this slide was presented the first time in 2018. LFP was not yet on the market. When you see now today, all the bids of, let's say, the big majority, it's always dangerous to say all, the big majority of the winners are going with LFP. And if we would say that 18 months ago, everybody say, no, it's NMC. So even this change was not forecast. So no battery is perfect. Our battery is not perfect, I will not say that, but we have different challenges. I'm sorry, I put always too much slides, so I will not go into the detail of this one. And okay, this is why our battery is good, and what are, I'm honest to put the challenge of our battery. Now, I have 3 important feedback from the field. And the first one, it's, our technology is great. We have 20 years of proven experience. We have 18 years of proven commercial success in Japan. 18 years. No other technology has that. So we have gigawatt hours that are working for more than 10 years, and they are still there working. So I will explain you that despite this fact, why we, as a contender of the new de facto standard, we are not leading the pace. Of course, there is a cost discussion, but honestly, even when we could be cost competitive, it's not the only discussion. The first one is recycling. So I'm talking about in 20 years, at the end of life, everybody will say, okay, you have to recycle it. In the EU now, by law, by a directive from the EU, it's mentioned that the producer of the battery has to recycle the battery at end of life free of charge for the client. So we have to prepare ourselves at the end to get back the battery and to recycle them and to give a paper to explain that we comply with the regulation. For lithium-ion today, if you have a startup with new lithium-ion, you don't care about that, because recycling of lithium-ion is already a market. You have other companies which are specialized in recycling that they will get you batteries. Maybe you will have to pay a little bit or nothing. Maybe if you are lucky, they will pay you, okay? But it will be very cheap and you don't have to take care of it. With our technology, we have sodium, salt, no value. It's $2-3 per kilo. Okay, it's nothing. So it doesn't make sense to get it back. And sulfur, you know better than me what sulfur is. So in fact, there is no value in our battery because it's environmental friendly. We don't use strange material that, oh, okay, let's get it back and then I can make money out of it. Today, get back the battery, you just take the cobalt and it pays the process cost. So because we are alone, more or less, okay, we have the nickel chloride friends who can take benefits of our experience, that we have to finance all the recycling process, all the recycling R&D, everything from our pocket. And this has an impact. So, okay, maybe we should mutualize because, for us, we are a big company, we make 5 billion a year, it's not a big deal. But for a startup, when you come with a new technology, you have to prove that you can recycle at the end of the day, at least in the EU. Certification. We struggle to get certification. It was mentioned, I don't remember how many incidents. You are very nice. There are more than 200, so more than that incident, in fact, but it's okay. We had one fire incident in November 2011. And so we took this very seriously, we solved it, and since then we have no fire incident. But to get the certification, especially from US, I know I have friends from US here, guys, you make it a business. In fact, is that all the parts of your battery has to be certified with the same certification, which is from US. So we designed the battery with the highest standard in Japan, but we have several parts that are customized, and then we have to convince our supplier of the parts to be certified that our product can be certified. And again, it takes time and it takes money. And also the certification, especially 9540A, is designed for lithium-ion. And I discussed with other people developing other technologies. They have the same issue. It's very difficult to get the certification. So we don't have it yet. We are working for a long time about this. We ask to modify the standard, which they recognize, but it will take 2 or 3 years to modify the standard. So we have to find a way, and we will do it. Okay, so next time I will be here, I will show you the certification. Because our cell is more than 5 kilos. And the lithium-ion, it's this size, so it's 45 grams. So all the testing is done for this type of cells, and we have a baby like that. So the setup, we have to build special buildings to make the testing that is written in the standard. And the engineers from this certification body, they are not stupid at all. They are helping us a lot, but they say, guys, we have to fulfill with the document. So this is a big challenge. Okay, I think that for other technology, for startups, it will be difficult. We can invest the millions we need to get certification. Okay, but not everybody can do that. Tendering. So yes, Basically, I prefer to have IPPs and PPAs than to have an open market like in the US. That's my personal opinion. We can discuss at the coffee break about that. But even in this very nice, well-designed system, you have specifications. And our experience, really, you know, everything I say, it's not fantasy. Okay, it's really from the field. Is that sometimes, not always, okay, but sometimes you have the specification are blocking other technology without knowing it. You hear from the news that long duration in US, there is big tendering and everything was lithium-ion. You know why? We cannot bid because of the certification. So the analysis of a fact that everything is lithium-ion has nothing to do with only the technology. It has to do with the tendering. And you know, we negotiate to say, you know, if when we will build, we will have the certification, is it fine with you? The answer was no. You need to show it today. And then, okay, no bid, everything for lithium-ion. You know, I don't complain. We will come back. Okay, we are making our homeworks. We are 100 years old, so we continue R&D and everything. We push the cost down. We know what the clients want. Okay, we discussed with some today, and then I'm sure that we can come back with that. But this is a real problem for all non-lithium-ion technology. The size also, you know, 200 megawatts. Wow, that's a lot. 18 months, we cannot do it. So we are working on it. We are planning to make a bigger factory to scale up that will bring down the cost. But you know, to build a new factory, it takes time. And on top of that, that we cannot sell so much today because of those barriers. So yes, wrong market perception. I'm very sorry to state that in the slides. I will be blamed selling that, but really, I work in this field for many years, and I can tell you what I read, it's not always true. But it's changing so quickly that we stop trying to fight against that. It's that the common sense will come back, is that people are also gaining experience. We are not the only one to gain experience. So when I see the presentation, every year the quality is improving, the knowledge is improving. You have even the previous presentation that you have oil and gas sector coming and investing and learning. You know, the only way with battery to learn, it's really to build it. You have it, you build it, and then you face the issue. You know, this okay, it's a trial and error strategy. Of course, you have to mitigate the risk, but clearly this is the idea. How long do I still have? It's finished, or?
Yeah, I mean, we can go into Q&A unless there's one or two slides you want to wrap up.
So I will go very quickly on the slide to say what we could talk about. So it depends on your question. It's about the technology. Nickel chloride and NAS battery are more or less the same. It's a very old technology, 67. We start 40 years ago. I have colleagues. They work like babies in the NAS battery 40 years ago. You know, the guy is more than 60 years old. So this is the history of nickel chloride. And you can see that the number of companies, it's increasing now because the market is there. When we came on the market, there were no market. So this is the cell. We put modules in containers. Safety, we can talk about safety. Price of materials, you know, lithium-ion. When I make this in 2018, was 25,000 per ton. We are by 80,000 per ton today. The sodium at that time was 70. Now it's 40. So for us, it's even cheaper. I talk about recycling. And also, this is important. You could ask yourself, or you could ask me, you know, guys, why you continue? And the reason is that we know about ceramic and we have other products. So we invest in the NAS technology. We are not a startup with only one small technology and you try to attract investors. We don't need investors. We put our own money. So this is why I'm afraid for you that you will still continue to see my face for many years. and I hope next time I can bring my colleagues from Japan, okay, and then after that we can have fun together. Good, thank you, and this is some pictures from Abu Dhabi.
Thank you. We've got plenty of time for Q&A, so a reminder to use the phone, polev.com/storage-Dubai, and we'll go through there. We'll look at a few questions from here, take a few from the audience, but maybe I'll start the discussion while folks are entering their question and prioritizing the ones that have already been entered, and I'll talk about the flexibility that we've talked about and how we address this. We heard about updating in controls, but where we're at is like, do we have that flexibility written into the contracts, or is it relatively tied down to a particular use case? How can we plan for this change in the future in sort of the upfront structuring of the tenders and the contracts to account for changes in use of the system over the lifetime?
You can start.
Okay. Flexibility is paramount. Even in business models that are on the merchant structure, we have in mind that what we are doing today about primary frequency will evolve towards secondary or energy utilization. So we have some performance warranties in place with the suppliers, and EPC and O&M. And we ask for this flexibility to be integrated in that contract, to be able to switch and to address higher degradation linked to a higher cycling of the battery, and so on.
So the contracts are renegotiated if there's a change, or is that built in upfront?
We try to build it upfront to give visibility to our suppliers. We also run our own models to understand the impact, and we build it basically upfront based on what we expect the project to evolve towards.
Thanks. And I don't know if NGK is directly contracting, but you talked about the controls upgrade, and I'm curious how you manage that from safety, performance perspective. You bringing in a new control system. What does that process look like as far as ensuring that it's still going to perform the functions that it's intended to?
First of all, I think we have to look on normal way of doing business. Is that if you change the purpose of a device that you sell, normally, of course, the client should pay something if it's technically possible. The tendency for the energy storage is not to follow this, it's to ask free of charge. Because we say, I think it's a mistake from the sector. They say, it's a Swiss knife, so we can do everything. So in fact, in the course of the project, it's always challenging because also we are just the OEM. So NGK, we provide only the DC system. So you have the PCS, the EPC, you have the software, the control, the maintenance, and so on. So our clients, companies like that, okay, and so then they face the client with a strong request. Then they come back to us, and they always ask for back-to-back. The challenge also is that the back-to-back doesn't apply specifically on only the DC system. So it's a very advanced technical discussion to see which part of the back-to-back can be really backup. And which cannot be done. But at the end of the day, it depends also on the technology. In our case, it doesn't matter because everything is related to aging. If you use the battery differently, people are concerned, I will increase the aging of the battery, so degradation will be higher. I will have a problem as a client, so I want to be sure I have the same warranty, the same guarantee of efficiency. And then, of course, it depends on how sensible your technology is. In our case, we are mainly sensible to cycles. So in fact, the discussion with us, we have the reputation that on this discussion, we are not so complicated. But I can understand it's a big challenge. So my recommendation is that, yes, please ask flexibility at the beginning as much as you can, but be reasonable on the small letters in your contract.
Thanks. So I've got a question from the polling to discuss, and this is maybe more for you, Gabriel, best off-taker contracts and you looking at that stack services and how each are the services structured separately? Is it kind of a bundle? How do you look at stacking services and obtaining the value from those through off-taker contracts?
Very good question. It's a day-to-day discussion with internally first. So we have the chance to have a total flex, so total energy flexible solution that is a route to market and knows the market in France and in the coming future in Europe. It's the added value of it's where you do the margin, where you generate the value for the battery is to stack revenues and operational requirements from a tendering perspective and in a merchant asset. So it's complicated, and you can have the theory for your business model, but it's really in operation that you see what type of services you will be leaning toward.
All right. Let's see. Do we have any questions from the audience? Get a mic.
Thank you for your presentations and your insights in several topics. My question is actually, it's a comment, and I will end it with a question. First of all, I think that the way we are tackling the technology or even talking about the technology is a little bit abstract from the customer behavior or the customer impact to the technology itself. So we are looking at the technology without considering the customer contribution to this technology, which is, in my view, it's not a complete picture, because when we are talking about renewable energy, that means we are talking about seasonal supply, we are talking about demand response, we are talking about smart charging. So in this actually perspective, is there any study conducted by EPRI or any companies that's taking in consideration the social adaptability with this technology in batteries technology, or it's just about that we have the technology to supply the grid, but we are overlook the customer interaction to the whole system? So is that something you have to invest on, or do you have any study related to that? That's my question. Thank you.
Thanks. So, you know, from EPRI's perspective, we do look at, we have that Dervet software that I mentioned, and we can look at it from different perspectives. So looking at the customer's perspective, looking at the utility perspective, and analyzing those scenarios of how that may change, how it, working with our other groups and understanding how it impacts the grid. And so, yes, we've looked at those studies to understand all those different relationships. So I can point you to some of those after. Do you have any other responses to how those might be considered within your project development?
Okay, I will ask as a former consultant, not as an NGK representative. I think your comment makes a lot of sense, and it was always the challenge for any technology. If you look where we are in PV, everything is made in China. So in fact, there is big expectations from energy storage to have more localized production and to have a closer relationship with the client and hearing to the client about the needs. I think that the second part is it's there because yes, as I mentioned, you need a brain to decide when to charge and discharge a battery. And at the end of the day, the brain is the client because this is the client who is using the tools. So we can provide an empty brain and then you fill it with data and knowledge. So yes, and I'm pretty confident, and this is what I see, is that the collaboration with clients is very high compared to other technology like gas turbines, you know? So I would be relatively optimistic about that.
Shad, can we get a mic in the front?
Just maybe to add on your answer, And the question is very good. The client, on one side, was more about who buys the asset, and on the side, we are flexibility providers, and we need to know. The best proposal that we can offer, is when we know what the battery will be used to. And this is where we integrate the supplier in the discussion, directly or indirectly. And it comes back to data and to transparency of what is the real use expected from the battery. For MI4P, for instance, in South Africa, it's a dispatchable window from 5 in the morning to 9:30 in the afternoon. So you can only charge the battery from the PV. So it could happen that the grid is fine. They do not need, for operational reasons, to dispatch assets. And for a couple of days, you have a full battery staying here, and PV just being curtailed. So there must be a discussion about what is the real goal and how the asset, coupled of not with renewables, is integrated in the TSO dispatchable strategies, even more when the final client is the TSO.
No, it's another great panel, and maybe this question is for Gauthier. Your presentation was pretty provocative, but good. So my question is going to be a little bit provocative as well. So first, have you guys worked with, we have a energy storage, an integration council, ESEC. Have you worked with them to come up with a specification, tendering process, testing that is technology neutral but application specific? So that's one question. Second, and that's the provocative part, is the second one. You mentioned 100-year-old company, NGK, and you can't 18-month build a factory to produce that much, megawatt of storage that you need. But on the other hand, we see new companies, and I'm going to name a company, Tesla. They're building gigafactories in 18 months. So is established company, their thinking process being upended by more newer companies that are thinking it in a very different way?
Okay. The first question, I like the provocative way, so I will do it. The first question is not anymore, is that I mentioned partnership. It is not our role to do that anymore. We provide the technology. We have to focus on our technology. We have our homeworks to do. I mentioned 3, but there are more than that. So we are really focusing on our core business, and then we are asking other companies to do that. As you may know, we have a special partnership with BASF, the chemical German company. They have people now, they hire people to promote the NAS battery in US. So this is their role to do that. So I can put them in contact with you. When you will troubleshoot them, please. Okay, so push them, and so we can move forward. That was a big challenge because we tried to do everything because there were nobody. So when we started, there were no system integrators, there were no software. So we developed our own software, but we are not a software company. And that will be the second part of the answer, is that what is Tesla? Tesla first is a software company. If you remove the software, lithium-ion will blow up, which is not the case of flow batteries or our technology. So in fact, then the position in the world is clearly different. My president has no Twitter, and I hope he knows what it is, but I'm not sure. I'm very honest here. So because we are doing our job, and our job is to develop the technology. We develop it. I'm sorry, Tesla is developing some stuff, but basically they are partnering, buying companies, they buy Maxwell. And Maxwell, they had a very nice device, and they don't sell it anymore because the technology, it's embedded into the full vision of the owner of the company, of the driver of the company. So it's a completely different approach, certainly more efficient on the short term, doing great stuff, and also money. They have very deep pockets. I always say to my colleagues that for the software, okay, that's a secret. We are 2 people on the software in our company. How many people they have in Tesla for software, just for energy storage? I don't know, 500, I don't know, but certainly not 2. So we have to collaborate because we don't have those deep pockets. You know, 5 billion, it's a lot, but it's not much. So we cannot do everything. So we have to focus. And so Tesla, it's, you know, it's a worldwide organization to make it nicely. And so they have this strategy to integrate, to in-source everything, which for lithium-ion, especially for EV, I think it's a right strategy. Because, you know, batteries are very heavy, are dangerous to transport. Lithium-ion, if you put plenty of lithium-ion in a ship, just like that, okay, the boat will explode. So, you know, the Tesla, the software has to run during transportation. It's not switched off. So then in the supply chain, and it's a big opportunity to produce outside of China. I'm sorry for Chinese friends, but this is what is happening in Europe. It's that Northvolt, Tesla, you have other initiatives like that. Why we build the battery in Europe? Not because it's cheaper, not because we are better. It's because of the supply chain point of view. This is what makes sense. So we have a great opportunity in all regions of the world to have local production, not system integration, but really production of batteries everywhere. And this is what Tesla is doing. They are building factories everywhere. Okay, I was not provocative enough, I'm sorry.
Well, thanks for the question and the answer. I would encourage this discussion to continue when we're out networking, when we're at lunch. I think these are the discussions that are helpful to really understand, you know, what the market is, what are the lessons learned, what are the drivers behind the individual organizations and the goals that they're trying to accomplish, and how can they work together with GCC to, you know, bring storage to the grid. So encourage these discussions to continue, but we're going to have to stop now so that we can let this next session go. But before that, we'd like to invite Serena up to the stage.
Thank you, Erin, for moderating this session. Now I would like to invite His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Al-Ibrahim, CEO of GCCIA, to present the trophies for the speakers. Erin Menier, Principal Project Manager of Energy Storage, EPRI, EPRI. Gabrielle Di Talino, International Development, Total Energies. Gauthier Dupont, Director of Energy Infrastructure, NGK. And now we would like to have a group photo, please.
Thank you to all of our panelists and for bringing us deep into some of the real-world issues with projects and tenders around the world. Now I'd like to invite up our next session moderator, Jeffrey Priest, who is the Director of Generation R&D as well as the leader of EPRI's Low Carbon Resources Initiative, also known as LCRI, to moderate the next session on hydrogen-related topics. Jeffrey?
Thank you, Ben. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today. We've got into really deep discussions around a number of complex topics and opportunities, and I'm really excited to bring this next one to you. We've got a great set of speakers to walk us through some of these opportunities more clearly. And the thing that I get really excited about when I envision a future, low-carbon future, one of enhanced energy security and affordability, is looking at the role that fuels like hydrogen could play not only in the electric sector, but really across the entire energy economy. We've seen a lot of progress worldwide since the invention or the discovery of electricity and the invention of a number of technologies that have enabled electricity's use. One that's getting a lot of attention now, maybe it's hype, maybe it's foresight, maybe it's a little bit of both, certainly is the topic of hydrogen. So to ground us in a couple of basics, because you're going to get into some good level of detail with our speakers, it's important to realize that hydrogen is an amazing source of fuel. By mass, it has about 2.5 times the amount of energy compared to methane. But certainly, it's not the perfect fuel, as there is no such thing. On a volumetric basis, so if we kept all of the conditions the same, hydrogen produces only 1/3 the amount of energy compared to methane. So what does this mean? This graph on the left shows you the practicalities of hydrogen in a volumetric system delivering energy. So to say that a different way, that 100% pure hydrogen requires 3 times the amount of volume delivered to an end user as does 100% methane. And as you can see on this graph, blending hydrogen is not a linear progression, and it changes the amount of energy delivered based on the volumetric blend, such that around 70% hydrogen in blend with methane or natural gas results in about 2 times the required flow. This has a real impact on our infrastructure, on our systems, on how we design and operate this energy ecosystem in the future. There's also the question around cost. And I'm sure a lot of you have seen that there are a number of targets established worldwide, somewhere along the dollar per kilogram type production range. But the fact is that's still about 2 times the amount of delivered methane, natural gas, worldwide today, or at least in many areas, many countries. And so that $1, though, that's the produced amount, right? So we also have to deliver it. We have to enable its use within a broader market. And that's really where a number of the challenges lie ahead of us in truly understanding the role and the potential for hydrogen. So clearly we have an amazing opportunity. Hydrogen is a low-carbon fuel that can integrate across the energy ecosystem, but challenges associated with cost, none of which look impossible. And our speakers will walk you through some specific examples showing you that certainly there are pathways that are available today to drive down the cost of delivered hydrogen, starting with its production and finding the right users and then enabling broader infrastructure. But as a hypothetical, more than cost, there's a number of other aspects. And so here you can see the world produces approximately 70 million metric tons of hydrogen today. Nearly all of it comes from high carbon energy resources, from coal, from natural gas, and some from reforming. So if we assumed that all of today's hydrogen were produced by electricity, that amount of electricity would equate to nearly 14% of all the electricity consumed worldwide today. So all the hydrogen, 70 million metric tons, would require 14% of today's electricity consumption. It's a significant value. It's one that presents still a number of opportunities and challenges. There clearly are pathways as we recognize that there's balance to distributed energy resources, to renewable energy, to the future of our base load electricity system, but also because we understand that there are limits to electricity, there might be limits to carbon capture and storage, there may be opportunities to use hydrogen within specific markets. So surely no one knows what the exact future of hydrogen is, but we do know the fundamentals, and there's a lot of really exciting work taking place worldwide to take us into that future. So if we look at the cost, again, this is our analysis showing that today hydrogen from electrolysis costs about $350 to $550 per kilogram, and that by 2050, there appears to be a direct line of sight to achieving not quite to that $1 per kilogram, not in every area, possibly in some, but globally, if you will, not quite there. And so technology advancement, rapid demonstration of technology, getting the world to understand and bring hydrogen into the forefront would likely be critical to driving down these costs. And then you can see in the middle blue bars where hydrogen production from steam methane reforming, so using natural gas, compares to the electrolytic processes. And clearly a favorite and clearly able to drive down these costs. Again, certain regions of the world could see lower costs, others could see higher. And here you can see in the hash marks just above the blue lines what the price would be if there were a $100 per ton CO2 penalty applied. So today the world at large does not put a tax or a penalty or a value of CO2 emissions removal. And so here we've assumed that there's a $100 per ton requirement, and then you can see that that greatly changes the economics of hydrogen produced through natural gas. And then natural gas alone, on the far right-hand side, again, much cheaper today on an energy basis, and you can see we put the energy basis in million BTU on the right. But then likely some overlap if we do achieve, again, globally, this recognition that addresses CO2 from an economics perspective, that $100 per ton removal. The challenge with electrolysis is there are so many factors that impact that price range. And what you'll find is, and many of our speakers will get into some of these examples, that the regional aspects will be a key driver and a key enabler of this hydrogen future. So you can see the relative slope of each of these three components of the cost to make hydrogen from electrolysis varies quite significantly. We certainly see that in the same vein that renewable energy, batteries, solar PV, wind, we've seen the costs being reduced, the capital costs being reduced through economies of scale. We expect that that will continue to happen through electrolyzers. Fuel cells are currently a major enabler of that, and we're seeing the costs drive down quite significantly. But as you can tell by the slope of the curve there on that far left side, the impact of capital cost is not as great on the final cost of the hydrogen produced by electrolysis. In the middle, you see electricity price, a much steeper curve, a much bigger impact. But the biggest impact that we see having on the production cost of hydrogen from electrolysis is the capacity factor, which is in fact integrated with the electricity price. And so in scenarios, and there are many worldwide that are evaluating this, where you're trying to match low cost, excess renewable energy to the production of hydrogen from electrolysis, you tend to be more on the left side of this capacity factor, so lower capacity factor, which means a larger cost overall. And so our challenge is to find the right balance. It's to find the right users, the right timing, the right technology, to bring all of these costs down, and then also evaluate the total energy system, the electricity system, in the role that not only producers, but also end users will have in driving down these costs. Outside of the economics, there are a few other practical aspects of hydrogen that have to be solved, and there's a number of research and development applications that are looking at this, from metering and measuring the amount of hydrogen, either blended within natural gas systems or deployed as a pure fuel, certain sensors and technologies and the ability to ensure that hydrogen is staying where we want it will be critical. In the middle there, you can see the graphic. We know that the hydrogen has interactions on the metallurgical surfaces of certain components that are used today for transporting natural gas. And so we have to understand the impact, both in the short term and the long term, on today's infrastructure and the potential role of new infrastructure to deliver hydrogen safely. And then lastly, the role of hydrogen in many locations could be as a long duration, a very long duration energy storage mechanism. But to do that, you have to have a way, obviously, to store it. And the world, this region in particular, has particular availability of hydrogen storage capacity within today's existing natural gas reservoirs, those depleted, and many other types of underground facilities. So it's all very much possible. We're seeing worldwide a significant amount of investment already being played into hydrogen. Certainly Europe, for various reasons, now tied primarily to energy security, has been ramping up their investment in transitioning their existing infrastructure. And you can see here the Hydrogen Backbone Project, which is looking at a 2040 milestone of converting and then adding completely new pipeline to the entire infrastructure to enable that hydrogen economy. We're seeing pockets of pure hydrogen being delivered to end users today across Europe, across a variety of production means, and we anticipate that we'll continue to see significant investment over the coming 5 to 10 years, with a lot of technologies being deployed at commercial scale. And then, of course, the hydrogen storage. So as I mentioned, there's a lot of opportunities in the short term and the seasonal aspects, finding the right storage media and connecting that with either larger infrastructure so that you're either producing and storing close by or distributing production, storage, and delivery will be a key part of the equation that helps drive down the cost of hydrogen. And then, as I mentioned, the interesting thing about hydrogen, much like other technologies, but in this clean, low-carbon world, is its ability to play a role across many aspects of our energy economy. And so what we need to study and understand is not one silo of this value chain, not only how we produce it and where it comes from and how we store it and how we use it, but how it's integrated with other aspects, because the electricity system could be greatly impacted. Again, that electricity consumption number is quite large, but also today's existing natural gas infrastructure will play a role in the transition to hydrogen in various areas. But then, of course, the consumers, those of us who decide what fuels we use as part of our daily lives, what fuels are available to us at the price that we're willing to pay, and our general knowledge and understanding of why is hydrogen important and why are we talking about it. We're still not largely seeing this discussion happening across many aspects of the consumers. And so it's really important that we bring all of these stakeholders together to understand the realities, the possibilities, the challenges, and clearly the opportunities. And we think it's important to ensure that everyone understands, of course, this is not a simple equation. No one is pretending that this is going to solve all of our challenges or bring all of our opportunities, but rather it's one piece of this component as we imagine the energy system of the future. And so you can see there are critical elements around the technologies that are used, the timing that they're deployed, and how they interact with other technologies and the broader ecosystem, where and how we see prime movers, where we see customers willing to transfer over to hydrogen and deploy hydrogen resources within their own territories, their own regions, within their own facilities. And then the cost. Who's going to pay for it? Why will they pay for it? What does it enable? And how do we look at this more broadly than a dollar per kilogram basis? Because that doesn't really tell us much. And then the last thing that I'll leave you with, and you're going to pick up on this because the role of hydrogen is much more than driving a cost, driving for fuel. When we look at a value chain analysis of an energy system, it's important that we also look at the potential that hydrogen will play in creating jobs, in potentially improving other aspects of our environment besides CO2 emissions reduction, air quality, but also watching other aspects such as water utilization and energy required to supply clean water for electrolysis. There are regulations, there are policies, there are a whole number of things that essentially have to come together to enable the value of hydrogen as a low-carbon fuel. And unless we really take a step back, understand the potential for hydrogen, and then start digging real deep across all various aspects of this value chain, from how we produce it to how we use it and how we store and deliver it, we won't be able to take the true advantage that hydrogen promises, but really to understand how we could deploy it in the near term, in the long term, at scale and at cost. So with that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, who's going to talk to you a little bit more about hydrogen from his perspective. So Frank Wouters is joining us as the director of EU GCC Clean Energy Network. Welcome, Frank.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, about my affiliation. I also founded the MENA Hydrogen Alliance 2 years ago, and Malcolm, the other speaker of today, is... this is sort of like the last slide. He is a shareholder of DII, Desert Energy, which is the host organization of the MENA Hydrogen Alliance. I'm also a board member of Gore Street Capital, which is a large investor in battery systems in the United Kingdom, in Ireland, and Northern Ireland. We recently acquired battery systems in Germany and the United States. So I have some background on how batteries can support the energy system, the electricity system. But let's not, today we're talking about hydrogen, at least from my perspective. We'll first have a look at the energy transition very quickly, then the role of hydrogen in the system, and then we'll focus on the GCC where we are. Now, what has been happening, I think this is what we all know, in the last couple of years, we have of course seen a massive drop in the prices and the cost of both solar and wind, and that changes everything, because that is now, as Bruce already mentioned, sort of like the default option. It's the cheapest thing to do, so you max it out. If you need new green electrons, this is the first thing you do, but we also know, of course, that the sun doesn't shine at night and the wind doesn't always flow. Now, let's then look at a large European country, Germany. The numbers are roughly 5 times for the entire European Union. But this is the situation in 2020. We had about 500 terawatt hours of final energy use in the form of electrons. So the electricity system is 20% of our overall energy system, and about 2,000 terawatt hours of molecules. And that is oil, that is, of course, diesel for driving, it's natural gas for heating the houses. It's also coal to make electricity and do other things. Now, we've made tremendous progress in decarbonizing the electricity system. That is because it's now cheap. Already half of all electricity is produced using solar and wind. And mind you, this is Germany. It's not the best country to, for example, use solar, but everybody has a solar panel on their roof. Because electricity prices are high, you still save money and it's still worthwhile. The issue with the molecules, it's a lot more difficult. I mean, we have about 9% in Germany, 9% biomass, and that is just a harder sector to tackle. Now, what do we need to do? And this is a natural process. Just increase the share of green electricity in the system, because it's the default option, it's cheap. That is what is happening. But we also have to realize that is just 20% of all final energy consumption. So we also need to do a lot more with electricity. We do that, driving electric vehicles. We're also converting gas-fired compressors to electricity, and all of those things that you can do with electricity. So we are increasing electricity as a share in the overall final energy demand. And of course, we can also look at increasing, we should look at increasing the share of clean molecules in the mix. Now, I haven't seen a scenario where electricity actually grows beyond 50%, whether it's the IEA, IRENA, or whoever. I think Germany, if we look at Germany very, very carefully, for the last 5-6 years, they've been paying wind farm operators in the north of the country more than €1 billion every year. You can look it up. The Bundesnetzagentur basically published that to basically not use their wind turbines. So they're curtailing wind because they can't get the grid done. And that is now. So that is even before we've reached 100% renewables and before we've actually increased the share of electricity in the system. So I think the grid is a real problem. It's just hard to do. I mean, you have environmental concerns, people object to it, nobody wants overhead power lines, ground cables are expensive, etc. So beyond 50%, I think we're going to struggle. It's going to be expensive. Now the question is, what do we do with the molecules? How do we clean that up? Because this is 2050, we have to have, zero emissions to the atmosphere. Now we can do, of course, increase the share of biofuels. There's limitations. I mean, you need land, you have all kinds of other environmental concerns, competition with food. We can, of course, capture, if we want to continue burning hydrocarbons, in Europe not a very natural thing to do, but if you want to, you have to capture the CO2 and store it. And then there is hydrogen. And green hydrogen made from renewable electricity, and of course, and Malcolm will explain what you can then do. You can make ammonia and other things, and methanol if you capture CO2, and make advanced e-fuels, etc. Now, of those, for the 50% of molecules that we will need in the system, of those three options, I think that green hydrogen is actually the easiest thing to do. It feels a lot like photovoltaics, which has grown exponentially as we have seen. It's based on a technology that will come down in cost if you scale it up. You can do it at large scale, at a smaller scale, and you can basically do it everywhere because you have renewable electricity everywhere. Now let's look at some of the system aspects of hydrogen, because there's a lot of confusion. People like to talk about, I have a solar panel, I charge a car battery and I drive, and if I want to do the same with hydrogen, I have conversion losses and it's a lot more complex and more expensive. True, that is absolutely true. But we also have to realize that in the future, if we look back at the 2050 system, everything will be based to a large extent on solar, wind, hydro, renewable electricity, which doesn't have, first of all, it doesn't have emissions, but it's also going to be very cheap. We're still not at the end of the cost curve, so the input into the overall system is a lot cheaper than now, and it's still going down. It's based on technologies that you scale them, they come down in cost. So then you have to look at the overall system cost, and that is the defining parameter of how you have to look at an energy system in the future. Don't focus on individual conversion efficiencies. Of course, you never want to lose energy because you will lose money, but it is not the defining metric. And that has to be something that we have to change our mindset. There is two things that I would like to take you through: infrastructure and storage. And these are two pieces of infrastructure that connect the Netherlands to the United Kingdom. We have the BritNed cable, costs about €500 million, has a 1 gigawatt capacity, so it carries about 8 terawatt hours on an annual basis. We also have a gas pipeline, the BBL gas pipeline, €500 million, same amount, 15 gigawatts capacity. So actually for the same amount of money, in molecules, you carry 15 times more energy. And this is a defining advantage of hydrogen if we're comparing it to electricity. And then if you look at the European gas grid, we have 200,000 kilometers of high-pressure gas pipes, a multitude of that in the distribution system, and all of that is available. Now, currently, as we know, a lot of the gas comes from Russia. That is not a wanted situation. So converting this to accommodate hydrogen is something that is a very, very serious option. And Jeffrey, it's actually not 2040 that we're working on the hydrogen backbone in Europe, it's 2030. All of this is now, because of the political situation, in an acceleration phase. 2 weeks ago, the European Commission announced the Repower EU plan, which also has a hydrogen accelerator in it, which dictates basically that we will have 20 million tons, up from the previous 5.6 million tons in 2030. And those are huge amounts. But the grid is available. It can actually be, accommodated or converted to accommodate hydrogen at very minor costs. You have to change the compressors, and you have to change the flow meters, etc. But the bulk of the physical infrastructure, the pipe itself, can be used to a large extent to accommodate hydrogen. Storage. This is also something that I think we need to keep in mind. If we're really looking at energy storage on a system level, and this is again, if we're thinking about 2050 when the input will be largely electricity, then batteries at the moment, on this scale of terawatt hours, you can't even see it. We have about 5 gigawatt hours. Of course, it grows fast, so it might be 10 by now, but compared to natural gas, we have 1,100 terawatt hours of natural gas storage. I didn't count the coal heaps. I didn't count the oil tanks. But what is very clear that we have, a multitude of energy storage in the molecule section compared to electricity. Basically, electricity, of course, grid electricity, pumped hydro, it's always a conversion. You cannot store electricity, per se. It's a flow of an electron. If it stops flowing, it's not electricity anymore. But natural gas is something that we can store, and hydrogen is the same. We can also store hydrogen, and we need seasonal storage, especially in Europe. We have much higher demand for energy, both electricity as well as natural gas and everything else in the winter than we have in the summer. Now, how do we do that? We know how to store hydrogen. The typical way to do that, you can, Jeffrey mentioned depleted gas fields, that's possible, but the ideal way is actually salt caverns. So we have a few of those. There's 2 in the UK, 1 in Houston, so we know how to do that. And there is also plenty of potential, and it's a relatively low-cost option to store, energy over a season. Now let's get back to the GCC. Yesterday I was in Riyadh. I was actually invited by NEOM, that I'm sure everybody has heard of, the new land in the northwestern corner of Saudi Arabia, which is going to be 100% carbon-free. So it's all going to be based on a combination of solar and wind. And their cost of hydrogen, which is what they're going to make using solar and wind, is already in the range of what Jeffrey suggested for 2050, but in 2025. The ammonia that they're going to make with the hydrogen is at the moment less than 1/3 of the price of gray ammonia. I mean, these are realities. Yesterday I looked it up. Gray ammonia is $1,615 per ton. Last year, January, it was $250. So if you're making green ammonia right now in a good location, like we have, $500 per ton is possible. You're actually really in the money. Of course, we don't know what the gas prices are going to be in the future, but at this point in time, there is a definite business case. Now, there's a number of projects. Of course, we have projects in Oman, we have projects in Abu Dhabi, Saudi is ramping up, and everybody is looking at the opportunity in the GCC. We did a study on that as the MENA Hydrogen Alliance together with Roland Berger. We looked at the potential for job creation, but also in terms of economic potential. And these are some of the numbers. We think that it can actually generate up to 200 billion a year in 2050. And this is based on the fact that we have low-cost land. There's plenty of land available in the GCC. We have low cost of capital, and of course a physical and intellectual infrastructure to make these things happen at the scale. It's a natural progression of the oil and gas industry. Making a gas or ammonia at a large scale, that is not something that that we cannot do in the GCC. Jobs is important, especially in the kingdom, where you have a very young population. Up to 1 million jobs are definitely feasible in this space. So it's definitely a great potential engine for economic growth in the future. Now, we recently did an analysis for the European Union and looked at a potential link between the kingdom and Europe. And there's a number of things to consider. The kingdom has expressed the desire to become a leading player in the global hydrogen space, by the way, just like the United Arab Emirates. And the immediate target is 4 million tons per year by 2030. Now, if you compare that to the 20 million tons that Europe wants, of which half is going to be imported, then even if the kingdom would do this and would send everything to Europe, it would still not even be half of what Europe wants to have. This is a project I think Malcolm will tell you a little bit more about later, so I won't go into this, but it's part of NEOM's strategy of becoming a global player in this space. And very interestingly, recently Saudi Aramco signed an MOU with Intercontinental Energy, which is a global developer of these projects. They also have a very big project in Oman, but they're considering now something in the range of 30 to 50 gigawatts. huge numbers, and still figuring out whether it should be Aramco territory in the east of the country or whether it's going to be at NEOM. All of that is under consideration, but it builds on the desire of the kingdom to also be a player in the energy trade and markets of the future. Now, how do you get the hydrogen? I think this is my last slide. How do you get it from Saudi Arabia to Europe? The Saudi Energy Minister, Prince Abdulaziz, mentioned last year potentially we could do a pipeline, and why not? There is already the EastMed pipeline, which taps into the gas finds in the eastern Mediterranean, the Leviathan gas field. Most notably, I think the United States last month said they wouldn't support it. Now, because of the war in Ukraine, everything is on the table again. But one of the ideas is that you would actually turn that into a hydrogen pipeline. You take, you still use the natural gas, but you take the carbon out at the source, and then you can tap into it from NEOM and other places in the kingdom. And you could also potentially link, green hydrogen made in Jordan or Egypt to the same system, and make everybody in Europe happy. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll do questions at the end. Yeah. Thanks, Frank. So really interesting perspectives, and it's really exciting to see that hydrogen, as Frank mentioned, is already very much underway here within the GCC, but across Europe, and so we'll continue to keep a watch on that. As a reminder, and I think our next slide will, sorry, I have it. I think the next slide will show, well, the QR code that you've been using for questions is still active, so apologies it's not here, but please continue to submit your questions. We have a few to ask our speakers. But next up is Dr. Malcolm Cook, who's the Vice President and Head of Chemicals and Process Technologies at ThyssenKrupp.
Thanks a lot. Green too? Yeah, okay. Thanks, and thanks very much for the invite to speak here. I'll give you a little bit of background about the company, about hydrogen. Frank and Jeffrey have explained very well the market, the drivers for that. But then what are the various options you can do with hydrogen? Myself, just to give you a little bit of background, I've been in the GCC now this is my 14th year. I'm originally from Scotland and I'm a chemist by training. So it's the link between the molecules and the electricity. This is fascinating with the different sectors coming together for me. So a little bit about, I work for ThyssenKrupp, and we cover everything from green hydrogen, production of ammonia. We've got 105,000 people globally. We make steel, so we make 11 million tons of steel. So we've got a large demand for hydrogen as part of the ThyssenKrupp group as well. But I'm going to focus on the green hydrogen, the ammonia, and the other transport vectors here. The reasons behind, it's really the change of the status quo. We have to do something there is no alternative to our planet. There's no planet B. So we have to do something to decarbonize. I was originally studying in Glasgow, so we had the COP26 summit there in November last year. Then we've got the one in Egypt and the one in UAE the following year after that. So for me, that's linking these three cities or three places together, because we're very, very strong in Egypt as well. Drivers, we heard, it's really the reduction of the cost of renewables. We're now at 1 cent solar approximately for PV. Wind in certain locations in this here, we could be 1.5 cents for wind, onshore wind here. So those two have come down dramatically, and that's the driver for producing green hydrogen. We look at, for us, green hydrogen can become a part of the missing piece of the puzzle. We're looking at, essentially, we're looking at sectors like the industry, we're looking at transport, heating, 42% here. We're focusing predominantly on the large-scale industry and then the heavy end of the transporters, which we see some of the growth in this for us. It's a missing piece in the jigsaw. We talked about renewable energy. primary energy source for all market segments. It was interesting to note that one of the key developers, or one of the partners behind the NEOM project, Aqua Power, announced this week that we're only going to invest in renewable projects, so non-fossil projects. So that's a shape of how things are developing rapidly in this region. For us, we're sitting in the middle here, the green hydrogen. Go back a little. The green hydrogen. So it's the integration of renewables. We're looking at this for energy transport, a role of hydrogen for balancing power, and we're also seeing hydrogen being converted into ammonia, and then ammonia being shipped out to the Far East and used direct fire into power stations, so reducing the carbon intensity on existing power stations. We see roles for it in power grid optimization and power grid services. So if you come down the stream, the transport and storage, one of the things is this region is a strong energy exporter. It's blessed with solar reserves, it's been blessed with oil and gas, and in certain locations it's been blessed with very, very good wind resources. So it wants to remain an energy exporter. And we see Europe. Europe has a huge demand for energy, so Europe in this region is natural partners for getting this energy from here across to Europe. But how do we do that? That's one of the things we have to consider. And we'll come on and talk about that. Over the last couple of years, we've seen hydrogen move from, well, small-scale projects in the R&D context. As I say, my background is electrolysis. I started in research and development, all the way through plant startup, technical service commissioning for our chlor-alkali technology. And hydrogen was always a co-product of that, but producing hydrogen on purpose has been a smaller scale up until recently. But over the past couple of years, we've seen it move from very, very sort of small scale. If you take the DEWA project here, which is 1.5 megawatts, we're now seeing that going up to 2 gigawatt projects being developed in the region and coming on stream within the next couple of years. So that's happened within a 2 or 3 year time period. We've got, you can have the costs. Slides have disappeared. Okay, yeah, we're saying we can have a discussion about the benchmark, whether it's $1.5 or 2 kilograms per $2 per kilogram of hydrogen. It's that timeline. And as Frank said, at the NEOM project in Saudi Arabia, they're below the $2 per kilogram at the moment for hydrogen for production. And Jeffrey also mentioned the capacity factor is important. So you're only able to achieve those costs by having places you have good capacity. So you either need wind and solar, combination of that. Here, very, very good solar, but not so good wind resources here. Nuclear capacity is here. You know, there is a big debate about where nuclear sits in the green hydrogen or the low carbon hydrogen debate. So we talked about the drive for green hydrogen. There's the going up to the gigawatt scale. We talked about the hydrogen market. The ammonia market itself is an existing ammonia market, predominantly for fertilizers. And then the steel, as I mentioned, we have a large demand for steel. We have a target equivalent to 3 projects the size of NEOM, and that's only for the ThyssenKrupp steel plants alone. Jeffrey also mentioned about scaling up. It's driving that cost down. So it's driving the technology to scale that up, driving the costs out of that supply chain. I'll talk a little bit now about the global transport chains and how you then transfer energy from here to energy demand centers. No. Okay. Different options. There is liquid hydrogen, methanol, ammonia. Then there's a technology, liquid organic hydrogen carriers. And then there is transporting hydrogen with LNG and then sending the CO2 back. For me, liquid hydrogen works if you have a pipeline network, and Frank talked about the pipeline network or the pressurized network for that. It still requires some technical development if you're going to ship hydrogen by sea. Currently, there is one liquid hydrogen transport ship operating between Australia and Japan at the moment. But that's new technology, and that will come in the future. Methanol, ammonia are both established technologies. So they're both used widely in the traditional chemical route as traded chemicals, and they're pretty good energy vectors. A little bit about our company. The background is really focused on the hydrogen and ammonia and the electrolysis technology. Electrolysis technology, we've built 600 plants for electrolysis technology worldwide. Majority of that has been on chlor-alkali. And I say if you can do chlor-alkali as electrolysis, then you can make hydrogen and oxygen from water, because the materials of construction are a lot easier, the chemical complexity is a lot less. It's just the scale of the market is much, much larger. So this is an overall map that some of you may have seen before. You're looking at then starting the top left-hand corner from renewable energy, and then you've got the different approaches. So you could take that through. You could take that through to electrolytic hydrogen, green hydrogen, and then you could take that into a variety of options. You can make power. You can use that for mobility. You can combine that to make synthetic natural gases as long as you've got a carbon source for that. You can use it in refineries, and you can use it in methanol, and then you can combine that with nitrogen from the air to make ammonia. So that's a chain, or a simplified chain of what you can do, starting from renewable power to the end users. Our technology here, I'll skip quickly through this, but it's based on our chlor-alkali history. And this piece in the middle, the cell element, to put it into context, it has a 3-meter squared area. And I call these pieces of toast. And you just multiply all of these up to build an electrolyzer. And you'll see that a little bit on the next slide. Yeah. This is our standard 20 megawatt electrolyzer. So it's taking all these 3-meter squared pieces of toast, putting them together in a rack, and then assembling that with tanks, pipes, and headers. And that's our standard 20 megawatt electrolyzer. And that's what we ship, and that's what we provide to our clients. So somewhere like NEOM, which has more than 2 gigawatts of green hydrogen, will just take 100 or so of these elements and put these together. So you see the single element electrolyzer, the electrolyzer unit, the 20 megawatt electrolyzer unit, I said, and then you put that together into a hydrogen production plant. So that means you can have really any size that you want. You know, anything based upon 20 megawatt modules, there's no limit to the size you can have there. A little bit about our projects. The NEOM project, the Helios project, is the world's biggest green hydrogen project under development. Combination of Air Products, Aqua Power, and NEOM itself. So sitting up, as Frank said, in the northwest of Saudi Arabia. It's really a visionary project for that project. And we're very proud to be associated as the hydrogen technology supplier. Then in Europe, project with Shell in the port of Rotterdam, and that's 200 megawatts. So we've taken 10 of those 20 megawatt modules, and we're putting those together for Shell. That's expected to start up the end of 2024. And then the other one is CFI in US. So that's an existing fertilizer project, and this shows how you can decarbonize existing assets by adding green hydrogen units onto that. And then the first project in NEOM is the one for the Hydrogen Test Center, which will open next year. A little bit about ammonia. Conscious I've got just over a minute left. So ammonia's established market. We've built 130 plants worldwide, and ammonia is a large-scale technology. So this is one of the vectors to get hydrogen from this market to places like Europe, converted into ammonia. So this is where we have on the chain, we have the renewables on the left-hand side, then we have the electrolyzer, which makes the hydrogen. Combine that with nitrogen to make ammonia. Then there's existing storage, transport, and loading. So those work from here, from the Kingdom to Europe. There's import terminals in Rotterdam for ammonia at the moment. Then ammonia storage and unloading. Very well and good. One of the missing pieces in the puzzle is large-scale ammonia cracking, so releasing that hydrogen back from ammonia. And that's something that we have the technology, but something we're scaling up at the moment. So we're working with partners to scale up that technology. Then releases hydrogen at the required place in the marketplace. And then you can use that for mobility. For our case, you can use it for steel, chemicals, or generating electricity directly. And you have to look at the value along that chain. What's the most beneficial application? A little bit about the technology. It's catalytic cracking, but we can go into that. Please ask me any questions you have on that aspect in more detail over lunch, because I realize we're keeping you from lunch, so the Q&A session on that. So the ammonia cracking is very important for moving forward. I just want to leave you with that. Hydrogen is very important as a building block, and it's large-scale green value chains, not just energy generation, but a variety of other applications. So think upon it that way as part of a holistic solution. And we can only do it working together in partnerships. Nobody can do it by themselves. We all have to work together. So thank you.
So as a reminder, the Q&A is still working through the QR code, which I'm not sure if it'll be. Okay. So if you have questions, please submit them. We're getting a few in, but allow me to start with the first question to each of you, and maybe Frank, you could start. What should an electric grid operations organization be focused on when it comes to hydrogen in the market? And I think of grid services and balancing. Obviously, electrolyzers need a lot of electricity. There's some opportunity for support and base load supply, but maybe operational variability. But what are your perspectives, and kind of when should that electric grid perspective be considered?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and maybe we can look at Europe again, because there the association of TSOs and ENTSO-E, they do a 10-year forward planning. And since, let's say, 2 or 3 years, they actually do that together with ENTSO-G, so the gas grid operator, because you can't look at these things in separation anymore. You can use electricity to make gas, and you can make hydrogen to make electricity, and more so in the future. So I think an integrated approach, if you're looking at it from an infrastructure perspective, is absolutely necessary. And that's also something, to be honest, that I didn't see much this morning in all the presentations. This ability that actually you take electricity and do something else with it than store it in a battery. You can also make hydrogen, and then it's gone, or you store it and you take it back as electricity. But that integrated planning, I think that is becoming more and more prevalent in the future. So I think that's something that especially grid operators should do.
Okay, Malcolm, would you like?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I talked about hydrogen. Hydrogen, as we talked about, can be storage, so you can use that for seasonal storage. We have very high demand on electricity here in the summer for air conditioning. Europe's the opposite way around, high demand in winter for the heating. So hydrogen can be used for storage for seasonal demand. And ammonia can also be used as a storage as well. So if you're transporting ammonia back to Europe, as an example, you can transport as ammonia, store it as ammonia, and then crack it when you need it. So that's one of the pieces of the puzzle. You could either have ammonia or you could have hydrogen storage when you need it. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Maybe if I may, because there's been some work done on, I think there was a study done for France, for Spain, for Germany, and for the entire European Union in terms of let's figure out how a 100% variable renewable energy system works and how much hydrogen do you need in terms of storage and then turning it back into electricity. Of course, you know, it's from an efficiency standpoint not the ideal thing to do. You lose a lot. But still, the number is if you go to 100%, because the last 5 or 10% is the most difficult one, you do need 5 to 10 to 15% of that system using hydrogen. Obviously, you can think of other options, but that is sort of the figure that is out there. Roughly 10% would be hydrogen.
Right. And largely, as you mentioned, there's been a lot of analysis on that, but as we get into those higher percentages of renewable penetration, the downside to a technology like a battery is the requirement to be charged. And so, again, it kind of all has to be integrated with the storage component of hydrogen, not relying on that electricity to be there for the production component. But as you both have mentioned, planning is the key enabler to that kind of option. Arshad, please.
No, but I'm going to be consistent. So another provocative question to bring some contrarian viewpoints. So first, I think hydrogen in the long-term play is one of the very few solutions we have for a net zero economy-wide. Fully agree. But are we doing a disservice to the hydrogen economy by tying a color to it instead of focusing on the carbon content of how hydrogen is created? Sometimes, depending on the politics in a region, certain resources are preferred. For example, green is all over Europe. I mean, that's a focus. But just in the last 6 months, we have heard France that didn't have nuclear as their pathway for net zero have announced 6 nuclear plants. Korea that didn't have nuclear in their pathway for net zero just 3 weeks ago announced nuclear as part of their pathway. We just heard Abu Dhabi will have 1 full unit coming in 2025, 1,100 megawatt, that will produce hydrogen. And we're looking at globally the advanced reactor technologies, the high temperature molten salt, that can actually produce hydrogen much more effectively, becoming a key point. So we're looking at a long-term 2060, and at this early stage, tying a color to the hydrogen and focusing only on that, is that a deterrent to going to a full hydrogen economy?
For me, no. I think you hear a lot of debates about colors, and I agree we have to have standards for carbon intensity. So how blue is blue hydrogen, how green is green hydrogen. There's no yet international standards and regulations, and it's something through the MENA Hydrogen Alliance working very hard on under Frank's guidance in that to look at international standards for these. And when we supply ammonia, blue, gray, green ammonia, and we can capture carbon as well, and we can reuse that carbon maybe in combination with green hydrogen to make things like methanol. We have the technology to do that. So for me, there is no one size fits all. There's no magic silver bullet. If you're looking at hydrogen, if you take somewhere like Korea are looking at putting hydrogen in and developing a hydrogen economy, and ultimately at the long term, whichever, let's say, color becomes the cheapest will be used. So it will be determined by economics in the long term, yeah. Does that?
No, that answers the question.
Yeah.
I was just seeing all the slides and green was plastered across the board.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to focus that, you know, there is, by the way, a pink hydrogen for
nuclear,
people
yeah,
who does color.
Yeah.
And for us, it's all about clean hydrogen.
Yeah.
However way you make it.
Well, I think, Frank, in your presentation, though, you mentioned that, at least in the Saudi example, that hydrogen from renewable energy is expected to be lower than today's gray hydrogen price. Was that correct?
Yes, and obviously, I mean, at this point in time, gray hydrogen is extremely expensive. I mean, if you add the cost of natural gas in Europe, and this was a couple of weeks ago, I think it's gone up again, plus the cost of CO2, you know, there's an emissions trading system in Europe, then you're talking €7 per kilo gray hydrogen, just the cost of the gas and the CO2. Any place can make green hydrogen cheaper. Again, it's a spike, but who knows how long it will take. And I think, I mean, to your point, the colors are not very clear, and it shouldn't, you know, it's somewhat fuzzy debate. In the end, it's about the carbon content. I mean, that is the currency that people want to put a price on and want to pay for, etc. And to determine that, I think that's also to Malcolm's point, we need standards that we can better understand and have just a rational discussion about it. Because in the end, it's about the carbon content and nothing else. How you make it doesn't matter.
Great. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, please.
This is Nasser Rozeki from Ministry of Energy and Minerals. So I'm the one who's taking care of the hydrogen topics. So I have like a flower for each one of you, which is a question. So for Jeffrey, the Department of Energy in USA, they have the 111, which is like a hydrogen shot. Did that like have an impact on the hydrogen production cost? Did it like lower the production, the funding? And for Frank, my question is about the green and gray ammonia. So, you know, for the marketplace, for the gray ammonia, it's well established and index priced. But for the green ammonia, it's kind of different right now. And you know, the highest demand in the Asian countries, for example, in Japan, because they're looking at the ammonia as a fuel, not as a, in different applications instead of cracking the ammonia. So what about Europe market demand? How is it gonna be? Is it the same or different? And for Malcolm, my question is about the green certification. Can you please elaborate more about it? Because you explained perfectly about the whole value chain. But the green certification is going to be in the next coming years a very important topic. So what do you think about it? How can we say that our whole process is green if we use the, for example, because you said about the production, if we're going to use the solar, eventually going to use the grid for the production because it's a big challenge for the storage. So how can you say that the whole process is green for the certification? So these are my questions.
Thank you very much. So for those who don't know, 111 is the U.S. Department of Energy's Earthshot, their target to achieve $1 per 1 kilogram of hydrogen produced in 1 decade. So that target is out to the early 2030s. And the question around, is that leading to, or potentially leading to, lower production costs? Well, the target itself likely is not to make an impact, of course, but it is a driver, it is a vision. And of course, if you're going to start any journey, you need to have a vision. But then you need to have the resources to back that journey. And so the U.S. Department of Energy recently has enacted a law that has directed over close to $10 billion towards creating hydrogen hubs, regional areas to deploy production and use of hydrogen. And they've required that hydrogen be produced from a variety of different resources. Again, this is a clean energy, $1 per kilogram target. There is a CO2 emissions target associated with it. Interestingly enough, it's about the same, it's equivalent carbon content associated with coal gasification plus 90% capture of CCS. So it's looking at existing technologies, but it's not requiring it. The vision doesn't set forth a very strong focus towards this renewable energy or nuclear-backed energy. So we do see that with $10 billion of investment, there's likely to be continued focus, but then there's also efforts worldwide, like what's happening in Europe, that will continue to improve the scale of manufacturing, drive down cost, and improve everyone's understanding of the role of hydrogen.
Yeah, maybe a good question about ammonia, because I mean, as Malcolm said, ammonia is easier to transport. It's liquid at minus 33 degrees or 7 or 8 bars or something. Liquid hydrogen, which you can also do, you have to cool it down to minus 253, so 20 Kelvin above the absolute minimum, which is really, really hard to do. Then the question is, okay, are we waiting for Malcolm to have a technology that cracks it back efficiently, or are we doing something directly with ammonia? So ammonia right now, it's mostly used for fertilizer or for explosives. We have about 200 million tons production per year, of which 20 million is transported globally. So there is infrastructure, there's tanks, there's vessels, etc. And you point to Japan. So part of what Japan is trying to do is decarbonize the coal sector. They have 40 gigawatts of coal-fired power plants in Japan. And you can actually co-fire with minimal capex expenditure you can co-fire up to 20% of ammonia in a pulverized coal-fired power plant. And that is an immediate carbon reduction effect. And the numbers are huge. I mean, if you just look at Japan, it would be a multitude of what we're producing right now. Another direct and very interesting application of direct ammonia use would be as a marine fuel. Various manufacturers, MAN, Wärtsilä, they're currently working on dual fuel engines that can also run on ammonia. When you burn it, you have NOx, which you can manage, but you don't have CO2. The ammonia, the bunker market is 300 million tons a year. Now, if you were to replace all of the seagoing vessels with ammonia, you would need about 630 million tons of ammonia, which is already 3 times more than the ammonia that we're producing right now. You know, his project in NEOM uses 4 gigawatts of solar and wind, and they make 1.2 million tons. So if you want to do only the shipping, 630 million tons, you need, you know, 600 of his projects, which are quite huge projects, $6.5 billion times 600, it's terawatts and trillions rather than billions. So it's huge.
I'll pick up the question about standardization, need for certification. I started off my early career working in alternative refrigerants, and that was really the drive for standardization, the drive for the origin, the drive for the greenhouse potential of those. And this is where we are with the different low carbon or carbon colors for hydrogen at the moment. There's a lot of work going on, particularly driven by Europe and Germany in particular, but also in partnerships. I was at the German Emirati Hydrogen Partnership last week, and there was a big discussion about the standardization and the working party for that. It was something that came up at the Oman Green Hydrogen Conference as well. So it's getting all of these certifiers, regulatory bodies together, and that discussion is happening now. Yeah. For me, I just want to see it reach a conclusion as quickly as possible. Yeah. I'll leave Frank and people to drive that to the conclusion.
Let me ask one last question before we close out, because we got it, and I think it's of interest to a lot of folks here. When do each of you think that we would start to see hydrogen or ammonia's use within power generation in the GCC? What's a potential time frame in your minds?
You mean in power generation?
Power generation.
That's a tough one. So at this point in time, I don't know of any concrete projects other than NEOM, where in the fringes they're looking at off-site generators, where if they have a whole bunch of hydrogen, they can run the gensets for some tourism camps. But that's not, I guess, what you're referring to. Maybe the UAE, and the reason for that is that they're hosting COP28. They have signed up to a net zero carbon target by 2050. The ministry recently added up all the decarbonization projects, and it's just not enough. So they have to do more. The ministry has said we want to do 25% of the global hydrogen market. There's an ambition there, and perhaps we'll see something along the lines of that. But I'm speculating. But watch the space.
Yeah, and I think I'll go along with Frank there. We see the first projects. We see the first projects either coming from export of energy in some particular way, or we're seeing things like pilot projects for sustainable aviation fuel, for mobility, for decarbonization of steel plants here in the Emirates. So those would be maybe the first movers on the green hydrogen here. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. And we're certainly aware that there are other efforts outside the GCC exploring the role of hydrogen as a fuel for power generation. So if the folks that are interested in that, please talk to the EPRI team. We'd be glad to share our experiences. But please give a round of applause again to our speakers. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jeffrey Priest, for leading the session. Thank you for all our speakers. And now I would like to invite Dr. Arshad Mansour, CEO of EPRI, on the stage to present trophies to the speakers. Dr. Frank Waters, Director of EU GCCIA Clean Energy Network. Dr. Malcolm Cook, Vice President of ThyssenKrupp. Jeffrey Priest, Director of Low Carbon Resources of EPRI. And now it's time for a group photo. To remind you that Expo Trip, you will gather at 3:45 today in the main lobby. At 4, the bus will move and it will drop you to the Opportunity Gate, and you will be leaving Expo at 8:30 from the same gate, which is Opportunity Gate. Thanks to all of you, and now my colleague Ben Khan will do the closing.
Well, thank you all for your attention today, and thank you to all the moderators and panelists for the great content. Today we really focused on the way things are right now with the state of energy storage, both globally and on a site-specific basis. We also got into the current situation with hydrogen in the GCC region. Tomorrow we're going to set our sights even further ahead, and we're going to look at 2050 and beyond and try to understand different decarbonization scenarios and the role of energy storage within those. We're also going to explore some of the emerging energy storage technologies that are becoming available to try to see into the future what may be tomorrow's big technologies. So thank you again. Thank you, everybody. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And did you have one more comment? So, and also just a reminder, we're going to move into lunch right now, which is also where it was yesterday, 3rd floor, and we'll go from 2 to 3 p.m. today. And then tomorrow morning, we will reconvene at 8:45 to start again. So thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.